Looks like we're live. Let me just test this audio real quick. All right. Looks like we're live. Let me just test. Audio's a little quiet. I just need to speak up a little bit. So, here we are, guys. This is day 2 of coming back to streaming. See, I spent 2.5 years off. 2.5 years ago, I was streaming every day, working on this bonsai.so project. And it started in 2020 when I just wanted to turn my internal tools into some sort of software, streamline the system a little bit. And there was some fundamental problems with the way I approached it in that initial version. Now I'm building a completely new version. I'm building something called Bonsai-CLI, which is a command line interface that goes along with it. And really, it's like the engine that powers all of Bonsai because you can build Bonsai with Bonsai CLI. So I'll get more into bonsai in a bit, but today we're going to focus on something called roots. And if you are a WordPress developer or in the development space, you might have heard of roots. It's kind of like an advanced version of WordPress, WordPress on steroids kind of thing. They'd call it a modern development framework for WordPress, something like that. Basically, it's a whole ecosystem. And I don't need to go in too much depth to explain it because I feel like this is actually going to be more for the Roots community. So, if you want to learn more about it, you can always go to roots.io. And let me just show you this website real quick. It's a beautiful, clean website. I love their tools. They're all like very lean, very built in a very modern way. And you have a kind of a whole stack here. So I'll just quickly run through it. I'm sure most of you will be familiar with this, but we have Trellis, which is like the deployment framework. So it has Composer and it uses Vagrant and it basically builds the WordPress LAMP stack for you. So you could call it IT automation in a way. And Trellis is actually kind of difficult to work with sometimes, I'll be honest, but once you get it working, you can just deploy your website from your GitHub URL directly to your server, and it works like 99.9% of the time, never breaks once you get it working. So it's great for having different environments. You have a local environment, a staging environment, and a production environment. Bam, bam, bam. So Sage is the WordPress theme. That's how I got started using Roots over 10 years ago. Then you have Bud. That is basically like your node. It's how it builds your theme and compiles all the code. Bedrock is like a reconfiguration of WordPress in a way. Not exactly. It just uses Composer to install WordPress. The cool thing about that is, with all this WordPress drama going on, you can actually just swap out WordPress for a fork of WordPress in a matter of seconds using Bedrock and Composer. So it's really cool, handles everything really cleanly. Then you have Acorn, Laravel components for WordPress. I'm still learning more about this, even though I'm building Bonsai CLI on Acorn right now. Um, I think you'd call it artisans. It's some type of like command line system, but they've tied it together with WordPress command line. So it's like WP Acorn. And then Bonsai CLA adds a bonsai on top of that. So it's WP Acorn Bonsai. And then I run my commands from there. I thought that's the cleanest, quickest way to make it useful to the Roots development team since they're already familiar with Acorn. So then we have Radical, and that's actually what I've been using. I did a stream a couple of days ago. That was my first one back, and we just worked on getting the Radical site up. Um, if I pull up my Twitter, you can see even in the thumbnail, I have red code that I'm looking at here. And oh, there was another one. It's not pulling up right now for some reason. but I had a lot of red errors, so it was kind of a painful stream. I don't recommend watching it really. Um, some of the errors they related to NFS, permission issues, and different things. So I'm not going to get too much into that. The thing is, we're getting to the fun point today. So we've got our project up and running. Now I'm using Radical. This is Roots, pretty much their only paid product that they have. And it's basically it's the whole Roots stack, but it's just organized a little better and it's more modern, kind of more like a Laravel project might be organized. So I have the unlimited license if you want to try it out. You could do just one for now. I highly recommend it. Um, if you don't want to pay anything, then you just use the open source root stack. So that would just be all of these except Radical. And it will work exactly the same way. Bonsai CLI is built to uh, work with either or, so Radical or just the open source version. And let's get in. I want to, before we get too heavily into anything, I kind of want to show what Bonsai CLI can do. Um, so I'm going to walk you through a quick demo of Bonsai CLI. I don't have a working homepage for it yet because that's what we're going to be building today. So I'm going to get this project up. We're actually going to use Bonsai CLI to build the landing page for Bonsai CLI. And since I have been using Roots for 10 years, I haven't really given back to the community at all. And that's kind of the beauty of open source is you don't have to give back to the community, but once you get to a point where you feel like you can, then maybe it would even be beneficial to you to give back to the community. So I I've decided that I'm gonna buy a sponsorship on for Roots. I'm gonna sponsor them. So if you go to their website, you see some sponsors down here, and I don't know. I think it just would work well because I'm building a tool to give back as well. I'm gonna build multiple tools. I'll walk you through kind of the ecosystem that I'm gonna be building as we go through it. I don't want to get things too convoluted right now. But I think it would be beneficial to me to even sponsor them. Like maybe it would be a profitable investment for me. And so if I put a little bonsai space on here, it will also go on the Roots GitHub projects. You would see it on all of their projects. And that would be pretty cool. I'll give it a try for maybe a couple months or so, see how it does. And if I don't make any money out of it, then maybe it's not feasible long term. But that's what I'm going to do today by building this landing page. It's not only going to be for Bonsai CLI, that's going to be kind of the main core tool that I'm pushing. It's going to be free for developers, but I'm also going to have like Bonsai University, which is going to teach people how to use it if they're not developers, which ties into like why I'm creating this content right now. And I'm also going to have like 6 or 7 other products. So we're doing this challenge right now. I'm trying to build 6 products over the next 6 weeks. And I want to have at least like MVP prototype stuff ready to go, landing pages. And the thing is, we want to validate, right? So we're not going to build the whole thing. We're going to build bare minimum, get a landing page up, kind of explain like what we have in our mind for it, and then see if we can get any money out of it. Like I'm gonna have Bonsai University probably like $10 a month or something. I might even do like a $1 a month thing. I just want to see if people are willing to put their money on it. And if they are, then my goal is to get it to, you know, make this sponsorship profitable, at least in the next 6 weeks. That would be cool. I'm actually hoping to make a lot more money than that. But if I fail, I don't really care how much money I make right now. I have this cool business model going on with my agency, jackalope.io, and this allows me to have a lot of free time and make some decent money off of this. It's kind of like an automated agency. Everything runs through subscriptions, through Stripe, and there's a no meeting policy. I use Trello to do all of the project management and email communication. So this makes my life really easy. I'm going to be updating some of this for the new bonsai stuff as well because they bleed into each other. It's kind of the same thing. Just bonsai is like the more automated software version. This is like the more personal touch kind of service for companies that make a lot of money. I was debating, could I put jackalope and bonsai both on there? But I think bonsai's logo is a little bit cleaner. So I think what I'll do is just do bonsai, and then I might have like a small section towards the bottom of the landing page where I pitch Jackalope Labs services. So yeah, before we get started on anything, before I show you Bonsai-CLI, I'm going to come in here and sponsor Roots. I'm already sponsoring them with a $10 a month tier, but we're gonna come here and go to the $3.20 a month tier. Due today on December 17th. Okay, so it does that weird billing thing. Hmm. Do I want to do it as my personal account? Um, can I switch that? I'm like live streaming this right now. Hold on, let me cover my screen for a minute while I take care of this. Okay, I want to do it as Jackalope Labs actually. So I was just changing that. Change the organization. Due today, 339. Why is that price way higher? That's interesting. Let me cover some stuff up so I can show you guys what I'm seeing right now. Okay, so I changed the organization up here, and now it says it's 340 due today. And I just think that's a little interesting. Next month, your billing cycle starts again, and you'll see a charge for 339. So I guess it just handles the billing differently based on whether it's you, your personal account, and that's just interesting. It's interesting. Okay. Bear with me, doing some banking at the moment. Okay, that should be good to go. Let me cover up my screen real quick. I just don't want to have addresses or personal info in there. All right, so we're doing it as Jackalope Labs. A public sponsor achievement will be added to your profile. You'll also receive rewards listed in the 321. Logo on homepage and project pages, logo on blog posts and guides, logo on readmes for Acorn, Bud, Sage, Trellis. I think it's supposed to say Bedrock as well. Name and footer of website. Up to 4 invitations to our Discord server for your team. Okay. So I think I just charge it. Are we ready to go? Let's do it. I'm excited. Feels good to give back. Oh, it wants my card number again. Why is that? Tax information which best describes you, individual or company. I gotta fill out some tax information real quick. Okay. Sponsor routes. Make your sponsorship go further when you send. Go sponsor your open source dependencies. I'll make a tweet about this later. When I've finished the stream, maybe I'll include this stream in it. You're sponsoring. Okay. So check this out. I'm officially a gold tier sponsor, whatever you want to call it. Jackalope Labs is. So that's awesome. I think my personal one's still going as well. Cool. So yeah, now we need to build the landing page for this because I'm gonna get a spot. People are gonna click on it, and then what are they gonna see? And if I can make money out of that, that's cool. But I'm gonna make money by going value first. So Bonsai-CLI is gonna be open source. That's the value. I'm also gonna build a theme called Cypress, and I think it's gonna be a very high-end theme. That's like all of my components and designs. And I'll probably charge $1,000 for it. Maybe I'll run some deals. But the thing is, I want to push people from having to go the no code version of buying the theme into saying, hey, Bonsai CLI is just free and all I have to do is learn it. I'm going to have some free content like this on YouTube. And then I'm going to have some premium content that's going to be Bonsai University. So for like $10 a month or so, someone could get the value out of it, but they have to learn how to develop. And that's kind of how I'm structuring this whole ecosystem that I'm building is it's this value ladder from freemium all the way up to with Jackalope Labs, it might be like $8,000 a month. And those are for companies that can't afford that. I'm actually not really looking to work with companies that like that might be the CEO and wants to do a personal project. I don't mind those, but they're always a lot more work. And I prefer the companies that just make a lot of money and need me to do some work for them and they want high quality work. So we're going to work on building this landing page. Bonsai CLI will be at the top. And then as you scroll down, there will be some other products that people could spend money on. So, such as hosting, that's another product I offer that ranges from $250 to $750 a month. And then Bonsai University. So, we will get into that as we go. Let's get into the fun part. So, I want to show you guys, you Roots developers, you WordPress developers, maybe aspiring developers. I want to show you how Bonsai CLI works. Okay, so last stream we got everything up and running. I do have some Trello boards that are helpful with this. So we ran through this Trello board. I'm going to make this public at some point. I'll probably do it on my Twitter. So follow me there. I'm also going to be doing a lot of like in-depth behind the scenes business stuff on how I'm running the product lab. And I'm going to be transparent with numbers. I'll probably show stripe numbers. This comes from a big inspiration from Design Joy. I basically stole his model and thought that's how I want to run an agency. And he's pretty open about all that stuff. So feel free to follow me at jackalope.io on X. Okay, so once you follow through this process to get your local environment up and running, now this is through Trellis. Lando's a little bit easier to get things up and running quickly, but it's not as integrated to get it onto your server. So we took the long, hard approach first of doing the crux at the beginning. We got all of that sorted out for now. Still have a couple tiny little bugs I'm working on, but I wanted to get to the fun part. So this is you could call this a Sage 10 theme. This is actually Radical that I'm using. I'm going to be showing you guys how to do it through Sage or through Radical. Doesn't matter, it's compatible with both. I'm using Radical because I think it's awesome, and that's what I'm used to these days. All my projects are on that. Eventually, I will be doing just a Roots open source stack version of this as an example project, just to so that people can see how they can do it without spending money. Let me just clean things up a little bit. Okay, so what we do is we have our terminal right here. I'm using iTerm, and the nice thing is we can have tabs in here. Just gonna clear this up. Um, when you open it up, you start at your root directory, and then I put every project in my sites directory. So you can see those listed there. I'm gonna go into Bonsai.so. That's the project we're going to be testing it in. And then you'll see I also have Bonsai-CLI up here. That's a separate project. That's like the package or the plugin kind of thing. And we'll be working on that as we test it in Bonsai.so. So there are two different projects. Inside of Bonsai.so, we're going to run Trellis up. And then we might as well go to sites Bonsai-CLI over here. And actually one more tab. We'll go into Bonsai.so and we're gonna run yarn dev. And that's what gets this local host working right here. Actually gonna move this over here just to keep things organized. So this virtual machine is booting up. This is our Trellis local development server right here. And then this is compiling like the themes code. So anytime we change anything within the theme, this will compile it in live time and refresh it on localhost 4000. And then over here is where we're going to do anything we need to do in Bonsai-CLI. Oh, of course, I'm getting issues again. Okay, so this is one of the issues I'm dealing with right now. I should have known I was going to have this. Let's do sudo vim etc. exports. This is just a little bug I've been experiencing lately, and I can't quite seem to get it resolved. You just hit D, 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 D. Delete all of that. Escape, colon, right quit out of it. That's the sudo editor, or the Vim editor. If you're a Roots developer, I don't need to tell you how to use that. Now we will trellis down. I think we could have done trellis reload maybe. Now we'll do trellis up. And that should fix it. Basically, that export full file just needs to be empty. I'm gonna, Bonsai-CLI, it started as I wanted to build components. So I'm gonna show you this in a second. We're gonna build some components, do some simple things, and then we can get into like this Bonsai script that's even more powerful, and you can run different commands with that as well. And it's not just limited to like WordPress command line interface. It's opened up to anything you want to do within the project. So I think I want to build some checks, some things. If I'm having a bug on that and I can't seem to resolve it within the core, like maybe I'll just build like a little kind of patch, little script that can do some of those things. So when I'm maybe I won't be really running trellis up anymore. Maybe it'll be a bonsai up and it'll have checks to say, let's go make sure the exports is clear. I thought that it was supposed to do that actually, but that was part of one of the issues. So you see it's preparing the exports file right there. So I should have added to that. You can actually come verify that if you want. Just come back in here and there you go. But it should work this time. All right, so we're up. So now if I refresh this, we should be good to go. I was getting some issues yesterday with actually using the bonsai.test URL in Chrome. It was working in Safari. So those are just a couple issues I'm working, but we can work around them for now. All right, I'm gonna come into Claude. I'm gonna start telling you guys a bit about my AI workflow. I talked a little extensively about it yesterday, but today how about I just give an analogy, okay? So I I'm actually in this conference room. I'm up at Westgate Park City. That's a resort, and I found a good deal on an Airbnb here. Stayed here for 3 months on a long-term stay because I wanted to really focus in, get some work done. I was on the road before that during the summer, and they hooked me up with this conference boardroom because I couldn't get any quiet space in the hotel. A lot of construction going on, and so they hooked it up. If you're ever traveling up here, feel free to hit them up. They're willing to work with people who need workspace. So just look at this boardroom. I set up a hammock, my hammock chair in the middle of it, but picture all these empty seats. There's 20 empty seats in this circle all around me. And that's usually what it would take to run like a startup, a multi-million dollar company. That there's that many important people that need to sit around, and you've got designers and engineers and consultants, and you've got the board, you've got the executives on top, so many different people running so many different things. And now, with the emergence of AI, and especially using it for building products, um, I believe that I can run a solo software company. Maybe I'll add a team eventually. Right now, I don't really need a team because that's what Roots is. They are like an outsourced development team, basically. That's what I'd like to be able to give back to them one day. I also have that side for design as well. I have people that I look to for design. And so with open source, I don't actually have to be tied to those companies. I could sponsor them. We can work together. We can give back to each other, do whatever, but it's not like this traditional style of company. And all of these AI tools and models that I'm using, it's all like that's one seat. That's one seat. So, I started programming with ChatGPT. I used GitHub Copilot a little bit. There's two seats. Um, Finally switched over to Claude. That's one seat. You run out of your token limit really quick there. So I actually bought another account now and I have two seats. It's like having twin Claudes. When one gets tired, the other one takes over. And then we've also got V0, which is one new tool that I'm checking out lately. Um, I always thought it was like a front end thing. And I guess I was testing it out the other day and I was like, this actually knows like the Roots ecosystem. I guess they did a full stack update like last week. So now this thing is capable of doing a full stack. And sometimes it'll answer a question better than Claude or ChatGPT could. So we're going to be experimenting with that a little bit. And then we have our new code editor IDE Cursor that I've just been using this for less than a week now. It's basically a fork of VS Code, so I'm pretty familiar with the whole VS Code thing, and it's got built-in GitHub integration, stuff like that. The really cool thing about it is you can pull up something called Composer, and it will like build files for you. You can tell it which files you want it to look at. It will recode them for you. It will build new files. And then you have a chat window over here when you want to ask questions. You can give it context about the project. So, there's tools out there right now that are going around that are more just like a no code. You don't even have to know how to be a developer, a programmer, and you can build apps. And that's true. I think personally, if you're going to be running a multi-million dollar startup, you probably want somebody who really knows what they're doing, that has like more experience. So all of these AI models, they're more like some really young kids straight out of getting their PhD. They got it when they were really young, really smart kid, not a lot of street skills, not a lot of experience. And so that's where you become the composer or the orchestrator, the CEO for all of these different seats. Um, Eventually, they might become AI agents that will work on projects and problems by themselves. Who knows? For now, I do things mostly manually. Um, Cursor has agents now. If you pay for it, you can use agents and it'll do stuff for you in the command line. I'm not quite comfortable with that yet. I'm getting there. I kind of like how it's like a manual thing. I'm not willing to just let the wheel go yet, but it'll probably get there. It'll probably get there. So, just letting you know, these are some of the AI tools that we're going to be using. If you're unfamiliar with these, feel free to follow along and I'll try and teach you a thing or two about them. Pretty new to Cursor, but I know a thing or two about developing with ChatGPT and Claude. So, before that long spiel, I probably should have given you guys a demo. Here we are in our project, Bonsai.so, and I guess that's why I had to give the demo because I'm using Claude to kind of work my brain. So if I come into, I wanted a basic demo. I asked it for this earlier. So one thing I created is this Bonsai sh script. Eventually, Bonsai-CLI will install this script, but I'm working on it right now. So it's not a part of the project yet. If you want to check out this project, it's not on Packagist yet. When I'm done with it, it will be. But for now, it's is it a private repo? If it is, I think it's time to open source it. Let's go. All right, so here's why I didn't want to open source it yet. It was private because I have all these components, and these are like, if we go to Jackalope, for example, different widgets, different sections. These are all components that I have ready to go, and they took me time to build. Thing is, I'm considering having like paid tier components eventually, and I was like, do I want to give all of my components away right now? And I think the answer is yes, especially to the Roots community. They can have all these components now. It's all using Tailwind, it's all ready to go. And, once I put months worth of work into them, maybe I'll have some paid ones that are like even doper than I could have ever imagined. But for now, you know, AI could build this for you pretty quick, anyways. It's not like some precious thing. So let's open source it. Let's go Bonsai-CLI settings, change repository visibility, change to public. Make this repository public. Let's go. Biometrics. And now Here you go. Here we go. Come give it a star. So now that you have access to this, I could show you how we've tied it into the project real quick before we give the little demo. Um, Still not used to using cursor yet. So I have Bonsai.so open right here. I'm going to yeah, I'm gonna need to add this script to the project. But we're gonna come into our project. This is how we install it with Composer. So you'll see I have Bonsai-CLI right here on the main branch. That's Jackalope Labs Bonsai-CLI. And if it was on Packages, you could just use it like any of these other ones, but it's not yet. So for now, what you have to do is come under repositories and paste this. Make sure you put a comma there, bracket, type version control system, URL, you can just use this one unless you want to fork it, and close bracket, good to go. So then you're going to go back into your project that you're using to test it, and you're going to say Composer update. What did I do wrong there? Curl downloader. What are you talking about? Anyways, I'm going to ignore that. I've already hit Composer update. We can rerun that later if we need to, but that's not why we're here today, to learn how to use Composer. We're here to show you how Bonsai-CLI works. So we're going to do that right now. I'll show you how you know it's there. So you verify that it's in your Composer, obviously. You can look at your Composer lock if you want to. But let's test some basic commands. I'm going to keep an eye on this project right here. So I actually did not like that for some reason. I'm just going to discard that for now. All right, so the first command that I built was bonsai init. We're going to run through that. So it's going to be WP acorn. I am using an alias. So I use development. This is controlled. If you're in a roots project, you can come to WP CLI. And to run the development alias, you would need this line right here. And basically, you're pointing it through SSH to your project. So this is actually on your virtual machine. It's not just your local code. Let's see, where am I? So I'm using development. You could name that whatever you want. Dev, I've considered doing dev before. I'm going to say acorn. You know, why don't we just say list? Acorn list. Okay, so this is acorn. You guys, if you're from the roots community, you probably use it a little bit. You might not know like a lot about it. I had no idea it was capable of doing all of these bonsai commands. So if bonsai is installed and working, it should list all of these bonsai commands right here. We have init component was the second one that I built. It gives you the ability to just add components and build them straight into your project. Then we did bonsai section, which allows you to create like a section which just has all the data, basically. So I I don't need to explain it. Let's show you. Let's just show you. We're going to start with acorn bonsai init. starting bonsai initialization. So just to go back to this one more time, let's open up our project that we're working on. I keep this just over here. Just come over here, close out of Restream. Okay, this is a base Sage radical theme, basically. All right, it does say Cypress up there. I just changed the site name. And so it says, would you like to customize component configurations? If you click yes, it's going to walk you through a long step. We can do that again later. If you click no, then it's just going to do this all placeholder stuff for you. Please run manually yarn build. Yeah, that's one issue we're having with the plugin right now, or with Bonsai-CLI right now. So it has some next steps in here. I could walk you through this, but we can get more into that. I just want to show you what it's capable of first. So Bonsai knit, I don't think that'll change anything. But then I could do, let's say bonsai components. Come back here, we'll see what it actually added. We actually need to clean this up. I don't think it should be adding components yet. And I don't think that was included in the init process. All right, so then what it does is you can build a, did that add all the components? Let me just double check for a second. So if we come under resources, this would be under your Sage theme or Radical. You see this bonsai folder pop up, and here we have components. There's no components in there yet. It did a layout for components, and it did a layout for some sections. So actually what we do is let's come to components. Huh. So that should build a page called components. Yeah, it's because I'm having issues with Chrome actually. Let's come to Safari. And I'm going to say components. Okay, for some reason it's actually missing the component library. That's one of the things we're going to need to work on. There's still some bugs I'm working out in it. But basically, you run commit, it should just build a page for you that will show you all of your components. We'll get that working today. And so next we could create a configuration. I'll get into that later. That's one of the craziest features about Bonsai-CLI is these configuration files. You know, I might be able to just tell you a little bit about it right now because we're going to use, look, you can create components, sections, layouts. If you're familiar with Blade, those are the things you need. So I could walk you all through that, but Bonsai generates pretty powerful. This is how you create a section. Let's actually just go to the README. That'll be more clear. Do I still have, that's the right branch. All right, yeah, check out the README. I should have walked us through this initially. This is like the best overview. In fact, just in case, um, I'm not sure if anyone's watching right now yet, but I'm gonna kind of start over this whole spiel. Pretend that we're starting here so that I can link this to the stream and it's like we're starting right here, okay? This is where we should start. This is Bonsai-CLI README. This is the project. You might have seen earlier that we just open sourced it, so we made it from private to public now officially. I had it initially private because I have all these components built into it that I've spent months building, and I wasn't sure if I was going to give those away for free or not. I decided to. especially for right now, kind of some early adopters within the Roots or the WordPress community. So let's take a look over what this thing's capable of. It's not live on packages yet, so you're going to need to use a private or just a GitHub repository in your composer. Let me just show you real quick. You just have to add a couple lines to your composer right here. And then when you run this, it should work. There's another line you need to add right here. Make sure it's on the main branch. This will just be for a while. Once it's more stable, I'll put it up on Packagist and you can just run this, get it up and running in your project. This is for a Roots project or a Radical project. So we've got a init process that will add a couple of sections, layouts, component. Basically, it adds a components page, and then you're going to be able to go to your components page and just see a list of all of the components that it added. Has a pre-built component library, template generation system, section builder with dynamic data. This part's really cool because you could just like plug in all of your data to your website in the command line, like as you're building it. And then we have layout management and cleanup utilities. I'm trying to make it really clean so we can do garbage collection. The goal is to be able to run all of these commands and then just run cleanup, and then it's good to go. Like it's fresh, like it never even happened. That's a bit of a process, but we're pretty much there. Um, yeah, so we start with init. This builds the base component library. Um, we're going to get this component part working. I think it's a little bit bugged right now, so we'll walk through that today. And then you're able to run generate. This is one of the most powerful commands because you build this configuration file. Let's call it Cypress. That's one of the ones I've been working on. That's going to make up the Cypress theme that I'm building. And you can just run this Cypress configuration file. I think it's located right in here. And you know, before you run it, you could come through and you could set all the copy for your website exactly the way you want it. You could even run it through AI and have it do all of the copy for you. That's actually what the Bonsai AI WordPress plugin is going to do. Um, we're going to be working on that next, maybe tomorrow. But you have these config files, okay? It's just a YAML file with all this data. AI can easily rewrite it. You can easily come through here, customize it, do whatever. But when you run bonsai generate Cypress or whatever your config file is, it's basically just going to create that exact website the way you want it. Now, there's more that goes on behind the scenes. Sometimes you need to create pages, whatever. Some of that can get a little more messy. So we also have bonsai scripts, which I'll get into later. That's even more powerful. And then we have some of the more basic stuff. So when you run generate, it's doing a lot of this for you. So it's going to create the components. Um, I don't have a ton of components added yet. I'm going to be adding a lot more of mine. But you can add them one by one. So you only need what's useful for you, then just add a couple of them. And then you can add a section, you can name it, and you can say which components you want it to be tied to. And then you can say with a flag whether you want to use the default data. With components, yeah, this data is going to get really complex. We're just starting now, but you have a section that just has all this data, and I'll show you guys more on that later. But yeah, we're going to be able to just program all the data in the command line. Then we have Bonsai layout. You can specify which sections you want included in the layout, and then easily create a template from that links to it to a page or whatever. I believe Bonsai Generate should do most of that stuff for you. Might be a couple snags in the system so far. Then we have cleanup. That's for just when I want to run things fresh from scratch. The goal is like we're gonna have such good garbage collection that if you run all of this and then run cleanup, it's all back to where it was before you did anything. And here's a little bit of the project structure. Yeah, so here you can see how you could use it in a sequence to build a landing page with very few extra steps, if any. Um, I believe if you want no extra steps, that's where, look, you can see some advanced stuff right here. I don't even fully know how to use this tool yet because AI has been helping me build features I never dreamed of. And let's get down to take a look at, wait. Where did Bonsai scripts go? This README is different. Oh, no, it went back. It went back. Look, it doesn't say I have any recent commits on it. I merged the branches. Merged the branches. I checked it on here, and the history was showing 14 hours. Ooh, there we go. I haven't published this branch. So I merged it, but I forgot to publish it. Now, revert as recent put. Oh, why did that go back to revert though? Okay. That doesn't make any sense to me. Two branches. I don't know why this one's showing revert still. I thought I deleted this branch. Um, I'll sort that out. But yeah, if you're following along with this, like early days right now, revert branch is actually where the most recent stuff's at right now. And I noticed that because the README was different. So we have Bonsai script that we added to it. And so you could run a command like this. You can even specify which environment, so you don't have to use the alias anymore, because this is going to run like all the WP-CLI stuff for you and more. So it's more powerful than just WP-CLI or Acorn. We can run anything we want in here. But here's some examples you could run. I'm going to run these. We're going to see what happens. I don't know if I have permission on the script. I guess we'll see. Yep, we do. So I'm just gonna say no. We'll just do default. Oh, you can leave it blank. All right. Has some decent error handling already. You can see that there was already some layouts and failed to rebuild assets. So one thing that one of the reasons I actually built the Bonsai script is because I couldn't run yarn build from Acorn. And for some reason, yarn build wasn't running after I'd run these like generate scripts, and then the site would be broken. So I'd have to run it manually, whereas this way, it's good to go. See right here that it ran yarn build right at the very end. So it gives us some next steps. Create your site configuration. So we can create our own configuration file. That's what we're going to be working on today, as well as refining this tool. You could run any number of those things. I want to look in the back end real quick in WordPress admin. All right, so let's set a static page to, I don't know, I think, let's see what home looks like. So as much as I'm trying to show this tool off right now, this is very early days. I started building this like a couple weeks ago, basically, and then I got access to this space, and I was like, let's just live stream it. Like, I could do a demonstration. I could work for months and do a demonstration and say, here it is on a silver platter. But I'd rather have people more involved and invested in the process. And so if there's anyone that's nerdy enough that wants to learn how I'm building this, how they could contribute to it, how they could use it, just full on take advantage of it and go make hundreds of thousands. Like my goal is if you ran an agency, you could just sit here and run commands and build websites. That's the end goal. It's like take a process that takes me months to build a website and get that down to like days. Okay, let's check this out. Okay, it's just a very blank theme. I think there's an issue with it actually, because it should be showing a yeah, something's broken. So let's dig into that real quick. And now we begin on our journey of bugs and fixing things. I wish I could show you, it was working a little earlier. We'll get it there in a minute, but you know, the main goal is like, I'm gonna be able to build this website off of a single configuration file and just running it through Bonsai CLI in a matter of seconds. I don't know if I don't think I would include my actual jackalope configuration file to build this exact website, but I'll have a Cypress, and that's what we're working on. It's going to be similar. So that's kind of how we'll start. If we're building a landing page for the root sponsorship that we purchased earlier, we'll probably just start with something similar to this. Um, so we'll copy this, something similar to this. We'll call it Cypress. I'll change it a little bit so that someone can't just rip off my website and by running one command. But how would this look as the landing page for Bonsai even? Just could do Bonsai CLI specific for now. And or I could just do Bonsai.so. Maybe the homepage of Bonsai.so is Bonsai CLI right now. So we're talking about this homepage right here would be, it would say Bonsai at the top, but then right here, the main thing would be Bonsai CLI. And then as you scroll down through it, um, there would just be multiple tiers. I might have some of my hosting products. I might have some of my really high-end agency subscriptions towards the bottom. And then I'm going to do most of my development tool free stuff towards the top. That's the basic plan at the moment. So yeah, before we dig straight into figuring out this issue, which I think I'm going to be able to figure out pretty quick, I think the template probably just got messed up. So I'll go start by looking at the template in our project. So this is not Bonsai CLI, but Bonsai.so right here. And we could, actually it's creating a templates folder that's not even utilized. We can address that. But we don't have a home template. That's odd, there should be one. So that's the problem. I'm going to take a quick little break. Let me see how long we've been live for. Looks like we've been live for 20 minutes. Just gonna make sure audio is still working. All right. Looks like we're live. Let me just test this audio real quick. Weird. All right, so I'm just gonna take a quick little break, stretch my legs for a minute. All right, so I'm just gonna take a quick little break, stretch my legs, and I'll be back in like 1 minute. All right, let's go. I think I'm gonna put my Vision headset on. So long this thing takes to boot up. There we go. Let me just get my work setup going right here. Oh, I don't have the new password. What the? we can figure that out later. Work. There we go. Bear with me for a minute here. I can set up multiple windows on the Vision. So I have my MacBook screen in front of me, but then I have like the actual stream. I can see analytics if anything's going wrong. I just got to get that set up real quick. I had to change my password to my streaming platform earlier, so let me just find that. Okay. See if I can paste it in here. There we go. Now I can test the audio mix a little better as well. Cool. Sounds good. Let's go. Oops. Forgot one thing. OBS. Ready. So yeah, our goal is to build something similar to this. It'll be a landing page for Bonsai-CLI, and our goal is to do it using Bonsai-CLI. So this is where we actually get to iterate and improve the product as we go while we're building something productive. Should be a good use of time. And we just ran some of the bonsai commands as I was showing you guys a demo. And it built home. Now we need to investigate why this isn't working. In the past, I've had issues with the actual. So Bonsai.so is the actual project. Bonsai-CLI is the tool that we're working, the package. But this is the project we're testing it on right here. Okay. And so in the project, let's go to, it's probably expecting a template called home, I'm guessing. We can come into the back end, go to pages, WordPress admin, pages, home, quick edit. Yeah, the template's messed up. So before we fix it, here's one good, maybe useful tip through the AI workflow is when you've found something that you want to make note of, but you don't want to do it right now specifically, you can come into, say, Claude, who I'm working with. I could also do this inside of Cursor, but I'm going to use Claude for now. I have some projects set up, so I have a Bonsai-CLI project set up in Claude. I could even just start a new conversation with it right here. I just added some README files basically in a couple of files, but let's say I've been running bonsai init, bonsai.sh, and some other commands. There's an issue with the, I want to find the exact command that I ran. That would be this one right here. Has a missing or broken template assigned to the home page. So that's just running the initiation process. Let's come back to, okay, let's actually try running this one real quick. So this is the one that actually should generate the home page. The init doesn't, so that's actually to be expected. So let's come in here. We're going to run this script, and instead of staging in the environment, we're going to put development. So we're using Cypress, and Cypress, once again, this is referencing a configuration file right here. It's a YAML file, and this is where we're going to put all of our data, all of our options. Pretty much, we want the site to be done, so we want everything baked into this if possible. Let's run this. You can read through that. We can go through this later, but you can see it created a bunch of components. I thought we were doing that during the init process, the initiation, but seems not. We'll have to give that some thought. Question is now, is it working? Let's close out of that, come over here, refresh home. Okay, it worked. So it used my Cypress configuration. I believe there is some stuff missing here. Yeah, there's definitely like missing images. There should be some colors that are missing. Um, I would not be surprised if that's all just an issue with my Tailwind settings. So I think it actually works fine, but there are seemingly some Tailwind styles missing, probably from the Tailwind config. Or, yeah, I do most of the stuff from the Tailwind config, so it's probably in there. What's the other place it could be? In, we also have some CSS files, but I don't usually put much in there, so let's not assume I put it in there. And I'm not submitting anything, I'm just kind of taking notes as we go. So I can always come back here and just delete it if I figure it out. But let's keep working through it. So we see we do have a little bit of styles as far as shadows go here, but there's just a lot missing here. And I think it's from, if we find Tailwind, wherever that file is right here. Oh, I need to add my image back to OBS. There we go. I thought it was going to be this, but I thought it was going to be some of these gray colors were missing maybe, but I don't think that's it. Okay, let me just go to my other project that I've been working on like last week before we started the new bonsai project. I'm going to open it up in GitHub. I'm going to take a look at, I need to delete that file. Tailwind config. I'll probably want to use this, but I don't think I should have broken anything. But let's try copying this over. And while we're at it, something we want to take note of. We probably want the tool to update your Tailwind config to look something like this. Because I can't do a code snippet there. Okay. So this is more of like a hypothesis. I'm trying to figure out what the problem is. I'm taking notes over here. But we don't really need to ask it because we can just come in here, take this 50-line file and turn it into a 100-line file. Just make sure that nothing major changes. Um, so this resources, that would cover the files that we're creating. And under views, right here actually. We're using the radical theme. I thought it was called Sage, but it's called Radical. Cool, cool. Okay, just gonna save that, come back, see if anything changed. Okay, nothing did. So now I'm wondering where the CL. Obviously, on my old project, there were some CSS styles that were like in the project itself, but not in the components. So I need to figure out why that is. Okay, for example, this BG white, rounded, XL. So the problem is that the background's white. Um, where did I do that within the Jackalope project? Okay, I'll just show you what I'm talking about real quick. So if I come into body and why don't I go to my code and grab, let's say gray, do I really have a gray 50? This will help me out. Come to Jackalope, see what color this is. F2. Just copy this whole line. So it's it's not either of these colors. Where's that coming from? App, CSS. Let's come into assets. Sorry, just resources, styles. On a Sage theme, it's under assets. App. So I don't have anything. Oh, obviously. Duh, I meant to be looking at this project. Let's go to resources, styles, app, and you'll see that right there. So that's where that's coming from. We'll build that into like a Bonsai CSS file. And just to show you what it would look like, let's do background. Okay, now you can see that there's actually something going on here. So there's this cool kind of very light gray to white, and it just adds some depth. Makes these FAQ accordion cards pop a lot more as well. So yeah, that's it. Just looked a little blank to me without the background image. Um, I think what I'll do is I'll have it do that through the CLI tool. So let's come back to Claude. We can actually get rid of all that. Just going to grab the exact path of this file. You know, this might be something for cursor actually. Let's try it in both. We can kind of test it side by side. So it's fine. There's some tailwind styles missing. It's not a tailwind style actually. I want the background of the body to be I don't know exactly which one that should be. Let's just try F2 for this one. To be gray 100. To be PG gray 100. Should we do this with Tailwind in the blade files, in the blade layouts themselves, or should we add it through a CSS file? So that's one way to do it, is as a body class. And rather than adding it through CSS, here's why. You should use the layout wrapper I provided as your base layout file. Make sure all the bonsai generated layouts extend this base layout. Add the provided code to. Then modify your section layout. So we're using Bonsai. Okay. Let's go to Bonsai layouts and see what we have right now. So we have main landing components. Then modify your sections layout. Okay, so the thing is, like, all we have to do is come into not the bonsai part, but we would go into just layouts app, and we would add that class right there, right? We can test it right now if you want to. now if we came back to our site, refresh, that'll still be there, right? That looks good. But if someone just installed Bonsai-CLI and ran things, that would be a whole extra step, and I don't want to add extra steps. So the question is, do we want to replace this app, or why don't we just add why don't we just add an add the provided code. So it's saying to do that, but it's saying to add this. And instead of referring to the original layout, I'd rather just build a completely new. Why don't we just make then keep the original. Let's find the exact path so it knows exactly what I'm talking about. There's an original layout right here. So this is the bonsai one, and then the original. Default without the BG gray 100 body class. Okay, so we have layouts app. Okay. We're gonna try something interesting here. So I'm gonna have it build a prompt for me for cursor. Okay. That's great and all, but we need it built into the CLI. By it, I mean we need that feature. Probably run on init, bonsai init. No, it would be generate Cypress. So I'm guessing we would need to ingest multiple files. Cypress.yaml. Which file would this be? So we're in Bonsai-CLI. We have under commands. This would be layout command. And layout command.php. Possibly more. I'll just provide the context. So here's Cypress YAML, here's layout command. Can you create a Okay, I'm just going to ask it straight up for now. If it's not the best answer, then I might ask it to create a prompt for cursor, and then I'd come into cursor, do Command I, bring up composer, and I would specify which files I want it to be able to see. And then run that prompt. So we'll see. So we should modify the bonsai layout, system changes. Layout command, okay. I don't feel like that's the full layout command file. How big is it? It is 83 lines. Okay, it is. I'm just going to trust it. Says we have some errors. I don't like that. Sure, Bonsai app layout exists. To create Bonsai app layout. If it doesn't exist, modified get layout stub content to extend Bonsai layouts app instead of layouts app. Yep. Added the base Bonsai app layout template. Okay. Inside YAML, added template Bonsai to each layout definition to explicitly specify that they should use the Bonsai base template. This maintains compatibility with the page's custom templates while ensuring the proper layout inheritance. This will ensure that we use custom Bonsai app layout with the gray background. Okay, cool. So actually, if anyone's watching this and does a lot of WordPress development, especially in Roots, feel free to recommend a better workflow for me. Right now, I just have here's the package Bonsai-CLI. I edit it. I see errors, so I kind of want to address that before we do anything. Errors right here, sections. Um, Come on. Syntax error, unexpected identifier, sections. AI fix in chat. Oh, that's a cool feature. Here's how to fix it. Simply remove the YAML content from the PHP file. Just end the PHP class with the closing brace. I want to ask Claude about this real quick, make sure that it's certain. me separate these into two distinct artifacts for clarity. Okay. Layout command. Let's try this. That's 137 lines. And then we have Cypress YAML. So go all the way down to docs. Under Cypress, there's docs. Delete these. Okay, looks pretty good. No more errors. Okay. Now I need, so this is part of my workflow issue right now, since this is a separate GitHub repo. Basically what I'll do, just make some changes on it, and then we can just copy something. So you should modify the key changes made. You can even just copy this. Add a description. Ensure Bonsai layout system works correctly. So my package workflow probably kind of sucks right now, but there's a way better workflow, but I'm just gonna commit, push it, and come back into my project, run composer update. And we should see that it updated. I think something's wrong with our composer. I don't know why it's constantly updating all these. Unless Illuminate just updates all their packages every day, multiple times. Okay, so that was, oh, weird. Okay, I went back to main. And what was the main key change? Template bonsai. Just locate that under Cypress. Okay, template bonsai. That was different before, right? No, it wasn't. Template bonsai. Yeah, so that's new. We had template bonsai home. Not a big fan of that, but we gotta come back here, grab that. Okay, that should do. Hopefully it knows what it's doing. We didn't change anything, did we? Oh, we just accidentally added. Dang it. Okay. This goes all the way down to docs, So everything above docs gets replaced. It's a frustrating thing when it doesn't give you the full file. Okay, that should be good. That should actually put us back to normal. And just wanted to make sure that we're on the right branch for that issue we had. So let's let's look under vendor, Jackalope Labs, config, Cypress. I think we have to go back to the revert. No? What? Why is it not there? Should say we should have layouts, template, bonsai. Or missing sections. So this is just not correct. All right. Since there's like this weird GitHub discrepancy I'm having right now where fetch origin revert. Last change 4 minutes ago. So confused. Why it says we're on the main branch. This was done 4 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago. And if I come to GitHub, it says I need to go to the revert branch. So that's probably accurate. So what I'm going to do is just, while I'm temporarily working on this branch, I'm going to come into Composer and I'm going to say revert. Save that. Come back in here, run Composer update again. All right, that should be updated to the revert branch. Let's see in the actual project what it's looking like now. If we go to our vendor, package, Cypress config, now it's correct. Alrighty, cool. So now we can just run this again, I believe. Let's just see what happens here. We could do fresh. Let's come mask cloud actually. Because I have like a fresh script. I forget exactly what it is. Yep, we're gonna force a cleanup real quick. Are you sure you want to continue? This will remove all bonsai generated content. Yes. Then we're gonna run this again. See what happens. Looks like we already had some template home, template documentation. That was done by Knit the first time, I believe. I don't know if it cleaned it up correctly. But let's just test this out. Okay, once again, the homepage is empty, so that part's still broken. Let's refresh this. Okay. So this is the generate command. I think that's where the issue is probably going to be. So let's give it the generate command. I said it, I mean Claude, him, her, whatever. Choose style, normal. Okay, the home page is still empty. And using which layout is it trying to use? Which template? Default. Probably within the generate command. Can you help me fix this and test again? If this doesn't solve it real quick, actually I have a new rule that I'm going to be implementing. And the rule is if we have to work on something, if we have to work on a bug for more than half an hour, more than an hour, we should probably just respin up the entire project from scratch and start over. Because I'm not going to be trying to work on these bugs while AI takes me down the rabbit hole for 4 hours like I did the other day. All right. So it says we need to update the generate pages function all the way down to warning could not generate page. Let's see if we can figure out exactly where that goes. We're looking for generate pages. It's right here. Line 222. So then we come down. Is that just a lot bigger? Yeah. Okay, that looks pretty good. My mouse just died. Here's my trackpad. It's not GitHub. Modified, generate pages. Method handle. Push. Browser update. All right, that's updated. Now we can just run the cleanup again. We'll need to work on the cleanup process as well, because that might be part of the issue if it's not entirely being cleaned up. Now let's generate again. Let me just look at the output real quick. So everything looked fairly smooth. Installed the components. Generated sections, generating layouts, created Bonsai app layout. Yep, that's an important step right there. Layout main created at layouts main. Layout landing page at layouts landing. Generate pages. The template option does not exist. Cannot generate page home. Cannot generate page docs. We'll need to look into that. Database. That stuff doesn't matter right now. And there we go. Let's go take a look, see what happened. So we still have the default template tied to it. I could change this to main. I think it's because it didn't create the home page. So if we created the home page, then it would work, I believe. If so, if we deleted it and then reran it. Thing is, we don't want the initiation bonsai init. We don't want it to destroy your original home page. That could be kind of a destructive process. So we might create an additional page. Let me copy all this for it. It'll probably be able to figure it out, what I'm seeing up here. I think the home page is problematic. The template isn't being set, probably because it already exists as a page with an assigned template. So maybe we should create a different page, not called home. Let's call it Bonsai CLI for now. Or I could do a roots one. I could just do a roots configuration. This will be my roots page. Which will be specifically for roots. Or we could call it Cypress. Let's do Cypress for now. Let's call it Cypress for now. The Bonsai script, Bonsai should also be able to take that page, make sure the correct template is, actually, that would be handled higher up, not from the script itself. Should be able to take that page and it as the static home page. Given that it already has the correct template signed, which will be called Cypress. Makes sense? Okay, I will be right back. Gonna take a little bit of a break for a second. All right. I'm back. Just had to meet someone real quick. All right. Let's see, where were we? I really need to go pee and I need to charge my mouse, so I'm gonna take a break, a little bit longer break here in a minute. But let me just remember what we was doing. Okay, so we're gonna update the Cypress config. Right here. Doesn't give me the full file again. Just from docs up. Okay. Now the generate command. Is this the whole thing? No, just the generate pages section function. Write that a bit longer. Create params array. Arguments. Now let's use cleanup. So run the cleanup force development command. Then run Cypress development, generate Cypress. Okay, app. I'll read through that in a second, but I'm just curious. No, we've got an error, so something broke. As long as the backend WordPress admin's working. So it was supposed to create a page called Cypress. Sign it as the front page. We not on the same page? Seems like it. Wasn't it supposed to create a Cypress page and assign that as the home page while assigning the Bonsai app play PHP layout? And then I'll just give it this to look at. Just say the page is not there. Issues, the changes in generate command haven't taken effect. Oh, see, silly me. Take one quick little break. I forgot. I updated that. Okay. We just forgot to updated to create Cypress page instead of home. Commit, push, composer update. All right. Now we will run Bonsai cleanup again. Yes. And we'll run Bonsai generate Cypress again. I think this runs a net, so we don't have to, I believe, I hope so. There's definitely some errors. Could not generate page Cypress. The name argument does not exist. Okay, so I don't even need to check it. I know that didn't work. But I will. Just want to make sure. Yeah, that didn't work. So I'll just copy all this. Back to Claude. Now we're getting lazy, just pasting the output. Using wrong parameter format for the bonsai page command. Let's examine page command signature and update. Here. Let me just share. This is why I should be using the built-in stuff in Cursor, but you kind of got to add the files you wanted to see anyways, so if I'm forgetting that it needs to see a file, it doesn't actually really take that much longer to just go into it, find page command. Here's page command.php. Tell me what I and or generate command. The page command has simple signature, but doesn't have the template parameter we need. Let's modify. This should be page command all the way to the bottom of generate pages. Whoa, are we looking at the same file? I think it's talking about the generate. We're talking about generate pages and up. Page command. No, this says it's page command. That doesn't make sense to me. Load. Page command extends. And we go to, oh, the rest of this file remains the same. Okay, please give me just the full freaking file. At least don't truncate huge sections in between updates, changes. I don't mind if it truncates like the bottom of the file, but if it's just all these random lines are truncated, it's the opposite of time saving. You gotta go cherry pick each line. Okay, and when we're doing the full file, we just want to make sure that it's similar size. So we've got 96 lines, now we've got 97, that sounds right. I'm just going to say matching template parameters in the commit. I'll just put the exact parameter. Yeah, see, this is a long file, so this is when I'm fine with it if it doesn't want to give me the full thing, but like just don't break it up. Because sometimes these comment out lines just look normal, but they'll say, the rest of your code goes here. You're like, what? So what was I removing? If it's not there, then you don't know what it just gets confusing sometimes. Okay, let's try this once again. Just make sure it's about the same size so it's not hallucinating. 384, yeah, that's a big one. We only lost 3 lines. I think that's pretty good. Now let's commit this. Composer update again. Yeah, some point as we're working on this, we're going to really refine the actual cleanup process because it's not quite cleaning everything up right now. Um, one nice thing we can do is literally just sit in our project and run the commands over and over, then clean up, and then look at our repo and see if anything's changed, then that's not right. We want it to be exactly the way it was before we start running the Bonsai-CLI commands. So that should be good to go. Let's do a cleanup again. Yes. Removes components, files. Now we'll do bonsai generate, Cypress again. All right, look at these. Those look good. Everything's looking good actually, so it might have worked. Let's check the home page. It does say Cypress. Let's come to the WordPress admin. Here we got Cypress. It was set to the front page correctly. And the only problem is the template. So when you have this blank template, I know something's wrong. It wasn't assigned the template correctly. And so we'll be able to dig in and find that out. It'll be able to help me troubleshoot that pretty easily, but let me just lay that out. And then I'll go to the bathroom. Okay, that seemed to work fairly flawlessly, but the Cypress page was created. It was assigned the front page, and it seems there was a template attempted to assign it, but it is blank in the WP admin pages dashboard. So I'm assuming template wasn't assigned correctly. Can you help me troubleshoot this and fix it in Bonsai CLI project for future generations? WP page template meta key, but we need to verify the template file exists and it renamed it correctly. Okay, I'm just gonna let this think. I don't think we need to modify the files. I just want to, and we can do this all in WP CLI. I don't actually like this response, to be honest. Let's look under this though. We've got title, Cypress, layout, main. So in Cypress YAML, is Cypress, main, template bonsai cypress. Please walk me through this on WP-CLI. I want to verify what the name of the template is. Assign to Cypress page. Interesting. So I can use the bonsai script to do this? No. What you actually want me to do is this. WP development. Page ID 10. You can see that up here. Cypress is 10. We're looking for this specific meta field right there. So it's saying we have template bonsai cypress. Let's see if this exists in the project. Template. Huh. Okay. And we actually want this to go back to normal. And then we have bonsai layouts. Okay. Seems our components are missing even. App landing main. App should have, yeah, that's correct. But then there should also be a template file. So this is the issue right here. It's not creating a template file. I think the issue is that it's not creating right template file in it's in views. We might move these to the bonsai folder eventually, bonsai directory, these actual template files that it's making. That would make, cleanup a lot easier, stuff like that, keeping it organized, but I'm not sure that works, so I'm just being safe and using the ordinary template location right here. I hate how it names that, it's gross. Right template file and resources views. We want to use a template Cypress YAML file that should look something like this. I'm just gonna make it for it. We can literally just duplicate home. Okay, that's the components template. That should be working. We'll look at that later. I'm just gonna copy, paste. rename to cypress.blade.php, and I should just say Cypress layout template. It should be Bonsai layouts app. That's pretty much what it should look like. Why are you making me work? Why are you making me type my little fingers away? Then create the correct one first. Let's check what's in the views directory. Template reference to just do pages right here. This home page. So this will change. Layouts main. Would layout be main? Just thinking real hard. So we want to use Bonsai app. For template, we should change Lance app. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Claude, you know, you just got your PhD in computer science, your master's degree, whatever, some smart young kid, but just misses obvious things. Like, I don't know YAML at all, really. I don't barely understand how this whole process is even working, but I can spot things like that sometimes, you know? That's why this would be hard to do if you had no programming experience at all. And sometimes if I correct it, it'll just like agree with me automatically instead of pushing back. So, who knows? Maybe this isn't how it's supposed to be done, but it just seems obvious to me that that should say app if we want to use the app layout. No, I don't need the full file now. Updated layout and template for Cypress. Composer update. That's clean. Now generate Cypress again. Created Bonsai app layout. Where's the template file though? Let's go take a look. Okay, that's there. But was it properly assigned? We will see. No, I don't think it was. Let's refresh this. Pages, WordPress admin, quick edit, default template. Do we have the Cypress layout template? Maybe it's because this page already existed. Okay. That's pretty blank, but it seems like it's picked on the right color, the background that I wanted it to. Let's check the body classes. We have BG Gray, so that worked. Now we could run. This app landing. What was it before? If it was main. Just curious. If I did main, I'm gonna come up here and say main. That's an error. I don't know why this stuff's not compiling through yarn dev. So we have layouts app, Bonsai layouts app. If we go to Bonsai layouts app, what do we have? Bad. I'm trying to remember what it was building before because it was using all these components. It had card featured. And I think it had a hero. Let's just see. Do we have the sections for those? Okay, that's odd. Huh. I don't have the sections. I think it worked. But it's a blank page. And there seems to be no bonsai sections or bonsai. So we have bonsai layouts, but not even bonsai components. That bonsai generate cypress would do all of that. And I'm pretty sure it has been in the past. I'm not lying. You want me to verify it? Let's do it. No directory. All components are being installed. The sections aren't being generated. And the generate command output generating sections, but there's no further output. Actual sections were being created. The issue might either be in the sections part of the Cypress YAML, generate sections method, the section command itself. Could you use? Yep, that's what I just ran, right? Generate Cypress development. Share the complete output. You want to see if there's any section related errors. Load silently. Also, let's verify the Cypress sections configuration. All right, here's Cypress config. Here's generate command. And Let's do section command as well. Okay. It's the full file, no, just down to docs. Try updating the Cypress YAML. Okay, I gotta update the project first. What am I doing? Including section configurations. I'll go pee once I get this figured out. Just one more bug away. All right, now we'll clean up. I wonder if I have to run Bonsai and Knit first. I'm gonna do it. We'll do WP development, Acorn, Bonsai, Init. Default. Okay, now we'll try running the generate. Okay. Cypress layout. And then Cypress layout. Coming from this right here. Cypress layout template, Bonsai layouts app. Let's see, under Bonsai, I have no components. Okay. Still missing the components. Oh. Generate command, the key changes are let's check the generate command. So this is generate components and create basic components. where it starts, generate components, and then it goes down to create basic components, which stops after this 143. Seems like it's the same size. Not quite sure what even changed there. But I'll trust it. Oh, okay. I don't know why it has three paths there. So I'm going to say, just to be clear, I only want it to use the resources views bonsai directory, not the views directory outside of Bonsai. Okay, try this again. Okay. So I think the components were being installed, were being added. They were just added to the wrong directory. I don't know when that started happening, but I did notice sometimes it was doing that. So this should probably fix that. Let's give it a try. Little composer update. Then a cleanup. Then we're going to do a init. I'm not sure if that's necessary, but we'll do it. Then we'll do generate Cypress. See how it's looking. I don't think anything's going to be here because we're still using a blank layout. But if we come to our project and look under Bonsai components, we have all the components right here. Okay, so, if we are in this layout, we've got section data as well, which is nice. If we come to app, let's try and do an include. We'll do bonsai dot components. It's not even recommending real components. We'll just start with, actually I don't want a component, I want a section, sections, and we'll say home hero. Example. Yeah, we need to clean this up a bit. But that should at least give us an idea. And it looks like it wants us to yarn build for some reason, even though yarn dev is running. Our dev probably doesn't know which components. I don't know. Okay, so that part's working. We've got the components working. We've got a lot of stuff working. Might not look like it quite yet, but today's going pretty smoothly so far compared to yesterday or the other day. So no complaints here. I'm gonna take my quick little bathroom break, stretch my legs a little bit. I should be back in about 5 minutes. I will see you soon, my friends. All right, we are back. Quick little break there. Had to go to the bathroom and then my mouse died and it uses a micro USB and I've been using a micro USB for ages. Luckily, I can plug it in and use it. Just one of those things where it only dies like twice a year, so that took me a minute to locate a cable, but we're good to go. All right, let's get back to it. So, wow, it's linking to radical through this right here. Okay. So what we want to do is just start customizing it from here. So we know that it's starting to work a little bit. We're going to say for the app layout for Cypress, we're going to use I just want to make sure my audio is working. Get paranoid about that. Looks like it's working. Okay. So now we just start customizing this. And we're going to do that through this app file right here. So we want this app file to contain Bonsai Hero, Home Hero. That component needs some work. It's not looking correct, but we'll use it for now anyways. A lot of these are just kind of placeholder components, so we'll be working on them as we go. Actually, there shouldn't be all these components there. Should only be creating components. Those should not all be there. So I want to test this. Let's run cleanup force. We can work on the cleanup process a little bit now if we need to. If we need to. Okay. Let's try manually deleting these. Let's find this one. Let's see, we're looking for the table. So this one needs to discard changes. And now I want to see this not do anything. So we'll run it again. Do a knit. Default. That will do generate Cypress. Let me just double check. No components were created during that. And no components were created during that, so that's good. That's exactly what we wanted to happen there. Now, if we come back into our app, notice we have this BG gray. That was important. That's why we created this different file to begin with. And then this is basically just yielding content. So we could really just delete everything. Our section's header. Oh, this is actually supposed to be there. but we have, this is where we would add our sections right here. We can actually just get rid of that content for now if we wanted. Yield content. Do we want to yield any content? I don't think so. Let's try adding our sections right here though. So we'll do include bonsai sections. Okay, it is seeing the files this time. So we could say home hero, and then we could do include sections home, but we don't have an about section. I don't know what it's talking about there. Let's say sections hero services, FAQ, slideshow example. I want to see what hero example is actually. Naming conventions are pretty bad. Critical error, huh? Let's come back to WordPress. Huh. So I don't think that's the problem. It's got to be a critical error on one of these sections. I don't think it's home hero. Let's go like that. Just test that again. Huh. Bonsai sections. Home hero's not working. Let's try something else. Comment both of them out. There we go. For some reason, I need to keep running yarn build. Okay, nothing's there. Home hero was working before. So what happened to that? Got home hero data. And then this is the default. That should be working. It was just working a little bit ago. But let's do something productive real quick. Let's come over to jackalope.io main. Do I have a revert on this one? Doesn't matter actually. We're gonna come to where's views? Here we go. Views, layouts. Okay, we have a Cypress layout. I'll just copy this whole body. And we'll try this out. sections, hero. Yeah, it's using the wrong sections. There should be sections, and then instead of hero, let's come into components, or no, sections, hero. That should be similar to the hero. And we could use hero example for now. Okay, what is broken? We've got card on here. We've got pricing. We've got FAQ. We've got layouts, modals, section footer. I do have that one, right? Sections, footer, yep. Utils, scripts. Okay. Yep, doesn't make any sense. Don't make one lick of sense. I don't even have anything other than hero example, so that's probably where that error is coming from. Yeah. So now we need to come into hero example. Let's see what's wrong here. So we have X hero, and then under components, we should have X hero. All right, before we get too far ahead of ourselves, okay. Slight change of mind. I want it to use the Cypress, the Bonsai layouts Cypress blade PHP. We'll need to have template Cypress say, let's pull that up real quick. Cypress. We're going to need it to say Cypress. Bonsai layouts Cypress play.php to look like this. Alright, so we're currently doing this in app. I'm going to change this. So there's going to be a specific layout for this configuration or this generation. And then we can delete a lot of these. Actually, we're going to leave those in because I know that this is kind of how we want the layout to look eventually. So we just want to make sure we don't have any extra includes that we don't really need. That's the only one we're doing for now, is hero example. But before we get into that, I'm just going to comment that out. Actually, let's try. Is there any sections that are working? Jeez. Was home hero working? It was at some point. critical error. If I remove that, it should be working, right? Okay, so we can troubleshoot that exact issue later, so it'll just add commented out sections for now. Then we want bonsai layouts, cypress.play to look like this. This will be used on bonsai generate cypress. Okay, let's make these updates. We'll start with layout generation. Here's the layout command. This is the full thing. It is currently 137 lines. Now it's 145. I guess I gave it that. I don't remember giving it this file. Okay. Now it's not putting the, I don't know, let's just test it out. Updated template Cypress. I should, okay, I am up to date on changes here. Okay. Now we're updating the template Cypress. No, this should be generated. Should be generated by Bonsai-CLI, not manually. Here, let me stop you actually. In fact, just in case you didn't have it, here's the previous / current version of page command .php. This is the full file. Guess we'll see. We've got 97 lines. Now we've got 10 more, 11 more. Special case. Bring this over to GitHub. updated get template stub content. For what were we doing? Okay, I think that should do. Come back to our project, do composer update. Let's run a cleanup. Let's run Bonsai init with default config. Then we'll run Bonsai generate Cypress. Let's see what we got. Critical error. Let's dig into this. So in our WordPress admin, we see Cypress layout template. Let's follow that. So this is Cypress layout template. It's pointing to Bonsai Layouts app. And we're actually trying to use the no, we should have a Cypress layout. What the? Okay, so we're going to copy all of this. Bring it over to Cloud. You know, I think it's time to jump over to Cursor because it's gonna just, I won't have to go back and update any of the files. Like if I'm in Claude, I want to start a new project, I come in here and I have all these files that I have to update. And if I'm in Cursor, say in here, I can just say, I mean, I can talk to chat. I want to just clear it. New chat. Here we go. And we can add page command, or we will add layout command, Cypress YAML, Bonsai init command, cleanup command. We basically want to give it all these files. I don't know how much that's going to just use up tokens, but we'll see. And I wanted to be able to see the README and the composer. Why not? Just look at the whole freaking project. Thank you. Saves so much time. Chat. Previous chats. Okay. So now we're going to ask, I'm not seeing a bonsai layouts Cypress .play.php. Getting dyslexic. And I'll tell it exactly what I'm running. So we're running cleanup. Then we're running, just come down here. So we have cleanup. Then we got Bonsai knit. Then generate Cypress. When I run these commands on my test project, radical / roots project, I wanted to create template dash cypress .play.php, and that should look like this. Not app. And this template should be assigned to the created page Cypress, which is the front page. Let's see how this works. Okay, and this what's so cool about this is I can just apply. So now it's going to pull up a page command. It's going to find the get template stub content. And then I guess this is the part it's updating right here. So then we just click accept, or you can hit Command Y. Try that. Command Y. Accepted. And in the layout command file, let's take a look at this. Looks like it's just proposing one change. We're going to do Command yes. These changes will and I can even run these. I'm kind of scared. Let's try it. Let's see what this does. Okay, but first, it doesn't know that I actually need to, it doesn't know how to do that. Let's not run from here yet. We'll get there eventually. So this was saved. This was saved. Come in here. Let me copy. Just gonna say updated to use bonsai layout Cypress instead of app. Push it to GitHub, go back into our test project, run composer update. Now we're going to do the cleanup. Yes. Now we will do init, bonsai init, default. Then we will do generate Cypress in development. That's done. Let's check it out. Okay, still not working. Just gonna come back to Safari over here where we're logged in. Refresh this. Cypress layout template is assigned. That's what we wanted. Cypress layout template, and it looks like, what is this? That's deleted now? Huh. Why is that not being created anymore? Components, layouts. Looking for layouts app. That's actually fine, but we need. Okay, we'll come back into cursor. And it probably needs to look at generate and, if anything, layout command. And the template file worked, but the layouts Cypress is missing. It should look like this. In the code to see the issue, the layout isn't being created because we need to modify the generate command to explicitly create the Cypress layout. When generating the Cypress template, here's how to fix it. We're going to just apply this. Look at the changes. I don't see what it removed. It looks like it just added stuff. So Command Y to accept. Then over here we can accept a different line that it changes. Let's check out this one first. So it's saying we're coming over to layout command. We are in the layout command. Is this a stub? We're just going to accept these things. Just do it. Was that all it wanted? So we applied this. We accepted it. We accepted this. I think we're good. creating layouts, Cypress. Whoa, why does it say I didn't change anything? I'm confused. What? Still trying to figure out how to use this tool exactly. Um, cursor chat is really cool. Maybe I should have been doing this through Composer instead of chat. But why are my changes not showing up in GitHub? Can I undo these changes? Okay. That's funky for sure. Okay, we're gonna change Cypress layout to this. Layouts, generate, that should do. And I want it. Let's get rid of just all that commented stuff. Because it's looking a little broken right here. I just want that empty. I want this empty. We can easily add those later. I was trying to save time. Let's just delete all these commented out lines for now. Go with this one. We'll include. We'll just come back to this. Let's just get rid of all this stuff. All this garbage. And we'll just say Cypress layout. How about that? Okay. Utils, scripts. Not quite sure why we have this section twice, actually. That's probably breaking things, actually. Sections footer is there. So it's basically just going to be a footer in this. Okay, we're going to modify the layout command file, get Cypress layout content. Okay, what's going on here? So this should open up layout command. Yes, this does look different. So shall we? You can apply it. There we go. Deleted all this rubbish. We're going to accept that. Now, if I come to GitHub, it should show that that changed. That's the weird thing. Did I forget to save it? Oh, yeah, I did. Okay, okay, okay. We good, we good. I forget that when you click accept in cursor, it's gonna apply it, but it's not gonna save your file for you. So don't forget to save. Let's update this one more time. And then we'll come back to our test project. We're gonna update Composer, which will update Bonsai-CLI. Now we're gonna run the bonsai cleanup command. And yes, we want to delete all the components. Then we will run bonsai init. Leave it blank for default. Then we run bonsai generate cypress development. Let's come here and see if it worked. Nope, it did not. Should just be looking at the error log. Stop trying to guess what this problem is. So we have a Cypress page that was created, front page. It has the Cypress layout applied. Let's try to view this. We still get the error. So let's look at this Cypress layouts file that was created. And there's got to be an issue on here somewhere. So hmm. It's probably it's got to be all this modal stuff that I have in Alpine. It's probably not included in this project. So just to test this, we're going to come back to our basic app layout that's included with Radical or Sage 10. And we'll just replace this with that for now. You'll notice it doesn't have all the crazy modal Alpine JS. So if I come into here, nope, still broken. You kidding me? Okay, what is the path on this? We have template, Cypress. This got reset. This is supposed to say Cypress. That's the problem. I might be able to keep some of that modal JS intact. See if this was changed to Cypress. Now what? Come on. What is your issue? Okay, we just have to follow the path. So at the core level, it's a template. The Cypress template. You can tell Cypress template layout right there. If I were to take that and add a 1, for example, we could refresh this and it would say template 1. So that's how you know it's correctly linked. Now, if we just got away with Bonsai, we just said layouts app. Okay, it's not compiled, but it's working at least. So we know the problem is somewhere in the Bonsai layout Cypress, which is odd because it's exactly the same as app. So maybe something in the file paths. problem with yielding content, is it? Save that. It's gonna break. Oh, it's not broken. Is it a problem yielding content? No. Okay, so you're saying that works. If I switch it back to this, we don't really have anything different. We have sections header, that's the same, right? Yep. And then we have sections footer, that's the same. So what was the problem? Is it the modal stuff? Huh. Okay, working. So instead of yield content, let's do include. Why are you doing this? Include bonsai sections, home hero. Do I have that one? I do. Yeah, so one bug I'm experiencing, as I've said multiple times, is I keep having to yarn build. I'm just gonna build a check for that inside of. Okay, now it's not working. Kidding me? But you were working like this, right? So it's a problem with that component, I guess. That's with the modal stuff. Okay, we just want such a basic working example. Actually, I had this tool working a lot better the other day. I had like a whole Cypress landing page that it was making from just running generate Cypress. And since then, I spotted a couple bugs and removed a bunch of stuff, and now we just got to work back towards that. So we are 3.5 hours in, over 3.5 hours. I'm gonna need some food at some point, so I'll probably just go until I need some food. We'll see. Okay, that's working. Then, what is wrong with my component library? I'm gonna grab. We've tried Home Hero, FAQ example. Let's try that. I'm gonna do include. Hello. FAQ. It's gonna be bonsai dot sections dot FAQ example. Critical error. What is this critical error? Okay. Sick of this. We're not doing the same thing we did yesterday. It was just dig deeply into these bugs without really thinking. First principles. So, what are we doing? What are we doing? All right, I'm gonna try and keep using cursor if I can for using Claude. Let's say I keep getting this error. It seems to be coming from when I try to use this line in Bonsai layouts, Cypress.php, the line that's problematic is this one over here. I mean, what else have I had? Let's just try this one. It'd actually probably be better to chat with Claude in this window because it has the full project plus the package Bonsai-CLI, but that's okay for now. So I just want to show it what this looks like. Do you see the issue? If not, can you help me find our debug log to sort it out? I forget exactly where that is. There might be coming from a few potential issues. Let's debug this. Um, missing X FAQ component. I don't think so. Section file path being incorrect. Okay. Okay, I think the issue is that it's looking for the component here, but the component is actually here. And that would be here. I'm just going to copy this path. Oh, yes, that seems like the issue. FAQ example. X bonsai components FAQ. Change the component. Check to look for bonsai component FAQ. Updated the component reference from FAQ to bonsai component FAQ. Is there another spot in this somewhere? Or is that all done in one step? Let's see what this does. Still broken. What is the issue here? I don't understand. Looks like I can come here, find an FAQ example, comment it out. This should work, right? If I comment it in, stop working. Sure does. Not quite. For plain components package, namespace, syntax, slightly different. Here's the correct version. Let's copy this. Paste it over here. It's 44 lines. Still looks good. See if I was using the chat over here, that could do all of this for me and then show me exactly what it's changing. So that's one really nice thing. The key changes is, okay, interesting. So try that. Still not working. Doesn't make any darn sense. So we haven't gotten into V0 yet today. We're going to try that sometime soon. Really love the design. It's awesome. Kind of want to use it as inspiration for bonsai. Just really simple, thin, clean little SVG line animations. They kind of make up a grid or something. All right. Here's a hyphen. Still not working. Give me a command to find the debug log for radical roots in the local development environment using Trellis and SSH. Okay, we're going to go into Trellis and run vagrant SSH. Then we will change directories into web app. Oops. Bonsai.so. No. Okay, we're current ls. This is actually inside of cursor. I'm trying to remember where the debug is. With radical, I think it's somewhere else. It's not public, is it? Mm. I think it's under app, is it? Not quite where it's located. In radical. Can you help me? Is it storage? CD logs, application log. Yeah. I hope that's it. Hmm. Clear the log first, then try to reproduce the error. Just refresh the page, and then run cat. Then copy it. Keep getting confused that I'm inside of the cursor, not the browser. There's nothing there. Why you gotta copy that thing? Yeah, there's nothing there. Debugging roots, try radical. Hmm. This is way more advanced than I'm used to. Troubleshooting. I just want to see if there's a .log anywhere. Let's search for that. Error.log. This is in 2015. That's all logging acorn docs. Application logs depend on directory structure. Cache acorn logs. Is this where we want to be looking? I need to learn more about the most modern, up-to-date debugging, troubleshooting with cause like if I'm doing WordPress, even if it's acorn stuff, you'd think it'd be living there. I don't know that we're getting an exact error on this actually. I think maybe that is where it's supposed to be. Hmm. All right, let's try and narrow this down a little bit more. So we're going back to old school debugging. I'm just going to comment out that FAQ example. Refresh this. It's at least coming through. So what is it in this FAQ example that's messing everything up? We kind of have like empty props. I don't know if we actually need those. Let's see what that does. Broken. Let's check that application log, see if anything popped up. No, it's still empty. Hmm. Let's take a look at this for another second. So do we not have a WP content anymore? I'm trying to remember. I think that goes under storage, doesn't it? Hmm. Let's do Bonsai.so. I can't seem to find my debug log in the development vagrant trellis environment using the most up-to-date versions of everything. Can you help me find it? This is why I don't have to ask as many stupid questions on the roots forum anymore, because usually the AI will help me. Current Current web app. Yep, we don't have web app. Because we don't have web anymore. We do have app, but I think it's just different. Yeah. It's not like our web app. No, I'm talking about radical, not vanilla roots. Check your config application file for. Okay, we can do that. Come up here to config. We have app. And here, do we have anything about debugging? Nope. Let's go to our environment file. Where is this sucker? There it is. I'm using Trellis, so I'm not actually using any of this as far as I know. But it says that I should have that. I don't think it even affects it, honestly. Just put it in there. Current. Go back to public app. Show them it's empty. Go to public. CD. Wouldn't be under WP, would it? WP content, debug. I have WP includes. I have WP admin. I don't have WP content. That's probably it right here. CD content. It's just another public app. I'll just copy this. Chill. Plug my mouse. Oh, great. Select buttons on my mouse. Problems finding it. Yeah, I think it's just supposed to be under storage logs. See, current storage logs. And it wasn't under public content, right? Public content. Nope, definitely not. It wasn't under public, right? Nope. You should have known that. think this is probably where it's supposed to be, but application.log is empty. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. All right, I just had to get some food delivered. Okay. So let's verify login configurations. Check config application for these settings. As I told you, are you kind of slow today? I told you application PHP seems empty. I could verify that, but tail should show whatever like is at the bottom of it, right? Current storage. You can't even remember where it's at? You are slow. Just go to the root directory. It says that we should check. We're going to do cd var. Here we have log, cd log, see what's in here. This is like our server level log, so I think we're looking for something deeper. It wants me to find PHP error log. I'll show this. Give me your project structure. Let's check WordPress config, sure, debugs present. Okay, we're gonna go to the root directory again. Go into here and concatenate wp-config.php. I don't think I should show this. I'm gonna turn off my screen for a second. Okay, I could show my screen. There's no configuration in there actually, it's just redirecting it. So let's check this out. I don't think I'm using the environment file because I'm using Trellis. I don't think I'm using the projects, but the development server, there should be one. Okay, we have Bedrock application. Where's that? One line that loads environment specific configs. Since you're using a Trellis development, let's check your environment specific config. Okay, so we do have Bedrock in there. And then let's look at development PHP. Do we have one of those? Okay. Should contain something like this. Now we can see the issue in your development environment configuration. Debug log set to true, which means WordPress will try to write its default location rather than a specific file path. Let's modify your Bedrock environments PHP to explicitly set. Okay, let's try this. Modifying development.php. So we can just do sudo vim development.php and change this line where it says config debug log true to this. I don't think that's the proper way we would do this. Let's just give it a try. To make this change, storage path helper function should be available. So make sure you have this at the top of the file. Use function. Look at this again. Use function root storage path. That's odd. Let's try adding it. This should be easy to reset if we need to, I believe. Changes restart. Okay, do another right quit. We're gonna restart PHP. Hope this is the right version. Try to generate a test log entry by visiting the site or using WP-CLI. Let's try this. Okay. So now go back to here. And tail application log, right? Yeah. It's empty. I feel like we're going in the wrong direction here. Logs are going to any of these alternative locations. So let's try forcing a log entry and check system logs. Log is empty. Oh, it already knows that. Okay. Was something interested WP val command worked, not with log. But it appears to be going down rather than writing a log file. Let's check the PHP there. Also look for PHP FPM pool configuration. Change ownership. NFS or mounting restriction. Oh, love NFS problems. They're the best. Then edit development PHP to add. Okay, I'm done taking this route. Okay, I'll try it, but I don't think it's gonna work. Oh, I hear my food delivery. I'm gonna take a little pause and I will be back in about 10 minutes, maybe 10, 15. Just trying to get these debug logs working correctly. See you soon. Hmm, seems a little blurry. All right. How we doing? How we doing? That break took a little longer than I expected. My apologies. But got some good food in me. Gotta see the fam for a little bit. Play with the kiddo. And I'm ready to go for round two. A little more of a late night vibe in here now. We're gonna keep it chill. All right. Let me just make sure the audio is working. Go. Might turn the lights up just a little bit. I just gotta make sure the stream is still working. Bear with me for a sec. My hair's a little crazy up here. There we go. Let's pull up YouTube real quick. Through my multi-streaming app, I'm seeing a lot of almost like delay, so I just want to make sure the stream isn't broken. Um, let's pull up YouTube real quick. Okay, YouTube's working. Through my let me check x.com. Quick. Okay, YouTube's working. Through my let me check x.com. All right. Quick. And I really don't care about Facebook. phone just died. We got to deal with the technical issues first before we get going. Get the phone charged so I can get the music going again. I'm gonna turn some lights on in here. Okay. Might get too hot with this, but there we go. Okay. Ready for round two. Let's do this. All right, so we're trying to get the logging going. I've actually never quite figured this out with Radical before. So I don't like that it's slowing me down because I just wanted to get the landing page done today. Like, I don't need to figure out all this logging. So I don't know. My instinct is to say, let's just go back to how I would usually do this, okay? I'm going to revert things back in this project. Hmm. I mean, that change makes sense to me. I don't quite get this whole system and I don't want to learn all of it right now. So I'm just going to try and revert things to the way they were. I think all this is fine. Tailwind was updated. That doesn't really matter that much. None of these changes really matter that much. Basically, we're just going to be resetting the database and building it again from scratch. So there's nothing too important here. We're going to skip logging and just try and figure this out the old school way. So here in the project, I think, okay, so we have FAQ example. Let's save this, refresh it. It's gonna be not built, but it's working. So instead of using, I don't know what the error is in this section. Let's try to just create a new file, I guess. Because I've never inspected like the contents of these too much. I gave it my original components and some of my original sections, and then it built these based on that. So it might have done something different that could be broken. I think the best way to test this would to just be, we'll create something called test.blade.php, And then we'll just put basic HTML in here. So when we come back to Cypress.blade, we're just going to put test right here. Okay, that worked. So it's something within that file that's specifically breaking. Um, Let me get some music going. Get into the flow state. Disconnected from Bluetooth. Okay. Oh, what? Okay, so it's set in props. Never mind, that's okay. I want to look at my working project that I've been referring back to a bunch. Um, it's right here. We're going to go to sections and look at hero. That's where we are actually. So now let's compare that to the section that we have called hero example. And it does look completely different. So that's probably the issue. We'll try hero example. So we're going to copy this and paste it into hero example. And did we save this? I don't think so. Test, test, right? So we have test right here. That's where I screwed up. Instead of hero example, let's try test. And we get a critical error. So next thing I want to do is go into this project and find the hero component. Oh, we already figured out what the issue was, didn't we? said it's looking for the components in the wrong place. Let's try and verify that. So if we just basically deleted everything, then that should fix it for now. Yeah. So it's probably in these way it's pointing to the component. I'm just retracing my steps, remembering where we left off basically, but I'm going to start a new conversation about Bonsai-CLI. So Bonsai-CLI installs Bonsai components in the resources, views, Bonsai directory. The components are in Bonsai save views, Bonsai components. But when I use a Bonsai section, within it, I refer to a component such as this component is found not in views components, but in views Bonsai components. You'll need to create a file at Bonsai Component Service Provider in your package. Register the provider in your package's composer.json. Make your package's namespace is registered in the main project's composer.json. Bonsai Component Service Provider. App View Components Bonsai. Wait. What is that saying? Okay, I think it's suggesting I do this in the actual project, but like the website project, but I'm gonna implement this into Bonsai-CLI. Creation process. Okay. Okay, and I'm not sure that it has the latest in it. Can you actually look at the most recent file and see if it's the file? I'm going to say init command.php, and it's called Bonsai.init actually. Come grab this over here. We should integrate the component resolution setup into it. Here's how we can modify it. Keep existing methods. How big is this file? It's long. Okay. Whoa, that's a lot of changes. Okay. Now we're gonna use Claude in a way that we've never used it before. This is an experimentation of AI workflow with programming, so Claude doesn't have access to my complete project right now, at least in this chat thread in the state that it's in. So we could say, please output a prompt for another Claude discussion on this feature or bug we're working on. Right now. The component directory issue with blade. This Claude model will have access to all the updated files. So it to help me solve this easier. All necessary info. When I build CLI, when Bonsai CLI installs components, they go into resources views Bonsai components. However, Blade is looking for resource views components instead of resource. This is happening in Sage 10 WordPress theme using Laravel's Blade templating. which files should I give it context to? So, to go back to this analogy earlier where I was talking about this kind of imaginary team of people that you have using different AI models. And so Claude is almost like the most approachable. It's like your CTO, something like that. But he might not have like all of the information that an engineer that is actually working on this project might have. That engineer might not be as friendly necessarily or say user friendly in this case, but it does have better context. So I think in this situation, what we do is we ask Claude to basically pass on the conversation. I started with the CTO. He said, I think I would do this and this and this, but he doesn't have the full context necessarily. So I'm like, he said, if you want to run it past uh, the actual lead engineer, then go talk to him about it and he'll be able to give you more details. So that's what I'm going to do. Then I'm going to ask it which files it would want context to for this uh, specific problem. All right, so here's what we do. We come over to Bonsai-CLI. One part of me wants to do it in the actual project because it should have access to that. Let's try it. That'll but I'm not editing it in the actual project, so I could always reset it if something was broken with Composer. I could experiment with a different workflow right here. Let's try Composer instead of the chat as well. Let's start a new chat and yeah, this might better give it even better context. So let's experiment with this because it should have access to the Composer package within the full project, but then it knows even bigger context as like the project that I'm working on. So as long as it doesn't get confused between working locally and working on the package itself. I like it so far. And then as far as what files we want to give it access to, bonsai init command. See, that's the issue right here, is it's not seeing the hidden files in the vendor, which is where this command exists. So scratch that, scratch that. We're gonna come back over here. Instead of doing it in the chat though, let's try it in Composer. Command L, close chat, Command I, open Composer, and vice versa. So let's paste those instructions. And then it wants bonsai init command, which it already has. It has component command, cleanup command, component command, cleanup command, relevant template files from Cypress.yaml show the components are actually being used. Child components are actually being used, referenced. I could add those separately. Any view that demonstrates how you're calling the components, an example of X hero usage in the context. Ah, so can I not do it within this? There's a .env. Can you? Okay, so just to further explain this issue I'm working through right here, just cleaning things up a little bit. So this is where our composer packages exist, is in this hidden vendor file, and it's not included to the actual GitHub repository, which is why it's grayed out. Here's Jackalope Labs, Bonsai-CLI. Here's the package right here. Can I click and drag that over here? Oh, okay. Interesting. So I can tag it. Can you? Then I tag Jackalope Labs. Can you see the Bonsai-CLI package and Jackalope Labs? Hmm. Mention. So what does a mention even do? I can mention a folder. So I can click and drag it. If I tag something, can't see it. I have a vendor file from Composer, and I want you to see the contents. It must be hidden from you. Can you help me figure out how to get you to see it. I don't want to have to copy and paste. If I was going to do that, I'd be using Claude. There we go. What about now, mother? So it's just like hidden from you, or what? That's odd. Hmm. Maybe I just can't do whole folders. Can I drag all of these though? Yes. Okay, I did it. Bonsai service providers. Now I'm going to show it my components. Oh, this is going to be awesome. I might have to hook up the paid version of Claude AI. I have to hook up the API because this will surely break it. It does not need my lock file, that's for sure. I don't think it really needs Composer, but I will show it README. Okay. Hmm. Let's think about this for a second. If we come back to Composer, let's start a new one. And instead of test, we're going back down here. Start with this. And then we're going to show it this. And then we're going to show it this. Now we're going to show it this. And then we'll give it the README. And now we're going to say, did all those files get attached? I think they're just on the scroll bar. Yep. So now let's give it those instructions and see what happens. I'll help you solve the blade component resolution issue. Based on the files provided, here's a comprehensive solution. First, let's create the new Bonsai component service provider. So we're creating a new service provider. Called Bonsai Component Service Provider. So the thing is, now I can't apply it straight to the actual Git repo, the GitHub repo version. It has a diff view. It's pretty basic. So for now, I think what I'll do, it's funny, it actually doesn't give me the option to copy. So if I just did accept, um, yeah, it would create this. And then it's saying within component service provider, I'll just click save. Let me get back to where I was. No, I didn't want Composer as a pain, but I guess that works. Chat, Composer. What is this doing? Oh, it's just updating. I'm gonna get back to the main conversation. We're in a file here. Can I tab through these? Nope. Composer has bar and chat. Command Control. Yeah, Command Control I. Right? It's not working. It's supposed to make it a big window. Um, I'm a little confused right now. Oh, I was thinking that was a composer file. Okay, that makes sense. It's a little confusing that they're both called composer. All right, so what we're looking at here is we did this first one, and then they want us to update Bonsai Service Provider. Let's accept that. What was it doing there? To include the new component provider. So basically, this should say Bonsai Component Service Provider. Yep. Let's make these changes as we go. So I'm gonna just copy this whole file right here under providers. And then Here we have Bonsai Service Provider. Let's change that. And then we'll come back into Composer. And update component reference and templates to use the Bonsai namespace from X here on up. So this would be templates, components. What are we looking at? It's just like suggested code. I don't think it actually knows where we're at. So let's come back up here to the main project. We're going to go into section, bonsai sections. I think we're in test. And okay, for now, we're going to simplify the shit out of this. And then instead of X hero, we're going to try X bonsai hero. Okay, that's broken. Under layouts, we're going to look at Cypress layout. Here we have sections test, okay? We're going to comment that out. Just make sure that's where the issue is coming from. And it seems like it's not actually. So that's really odd. Because that has been where the issue has been coming from. Let's just get rid of all this code. Could be some sort of caching issue or something. Yeah, there we go. And if I put this back in here, I don't know if it's because we don't have the props, maybe. Doesn't say we need props, though. I feel like usually I'd be getting an error. It's just odd. I'm also going to include, so it's trying to call the new hero, and I think that's this one. I see the issue. The components are being referenced with X hero. Test blade. Bonsai knit command to also generate the component classes for each component. Let's fix that. Is it finding this in the vendor folder now? Sure hope so. I bet this text is pretty hard to read since I'm only streaming in 720. That's because my internet's pretty bad here. I could actually probably fix that a little bit. I might be able to bring it up to 1080 now that I dropped the bitrate. But I'm also recording, so I'm going to be taking the full quality version and posting these online. So it's saying to go into Bonsai Knit. I have to pull this up, see what it's suggesting. Bonsai Knit command suggested code. Why did it not ask me to accept? It's odd. Did that just accept it itself? I'm confused. And why does that say 2 of 3? What does that mean? 2 of 3, 3 of 3. What's 1 of 3? Key changes. Data component reference to X bonsai. So if worked, I should see this. Okay, it worked. So that means I should be able to take this full file, bonsai init commit, come into here, Cool. And then other file was bonsai command. This is bonsai init command. Is this also in here? So it changed. Okay. It says that was like accepted. There's a check mark there. I believe so. I do want to look for something though. Remains the same. Okay. I think we're good. I think we're good. There are a few things we would adjust to handle the method. It's the main entry point. Should add error handling to component class creation. We should add support for component specific properties in create component class. Added proper error handling. Add component specific property definitions. Improve component class generation with proper construct. Add proper render method override. Better error handling for file operations. Okay, let's try it. Sure. This is now 519 lines. Added component service provider and improved bonsai init command. Let's just try it. We can easily revert if we need to. I don't like how much it changed in the init because I'm like, oh, I wasn't asking you to like build all this error handling and all this, but if it works, we're just testing things out. We're experimenting with these new tools. We changed it locally as well, so I don't think we actually need to update Composer necessarily. Still seeing this error though. Still seeing it. I think this error would be fixed if we just use the normal components folder. But I want to have everything contained within the bonsai folder because then, like, if you want to remove it, you just remove this folder and you don't have to go digging through every base layer. But if it runs into issues, we might have to do that. We'll see. I could have swore that we had it working this way before, but maybe I was being delusional. It was actually coming from the components directory. But yeah, let's just. Okay, so we've got Bonsai Hero, right? And you'd think that would be working. One would think. It's not, so what if we comment it out? Then what? And it works. So comment it. Test. Simplified this file, and it's still giving me this error. Where the hell did that file just go? Come on. I forget since we're using Composer, I guess it just does all this for us. Bonsai component service provider. Yes. Accept. Okay, I guess we can close out of all these little tabs at the moment, since it's just confusing us. I'm gonna pull this more front and center for me. And so I'm gonna update Bonsai init. Come into Bonsai init again. Yep, that did change it. Now let's check out
Bonsai component service provider. Bonsai component service provider. Right here. I want to see this change in size so we know it did change. Yep. And I think that was it for this round. Okay, so I'm gonna run WP acorn view. Sorry, it needs to be WP development acorn view clear. Then we'll do cache clear. And we'll do this is just WP cache flush. Reinstall components. I think I'll go back to this version of the cleanup. Same thing. Oh, I don't have Bonsai script, huh? I guess I can run WP-CLI inside of Trellis now, which is cool. Yes, let's remove it all. And then we'll do Bonsai init. Default. Then Bonsai generate. Okay. And something's broken still. Let's close Composer at the moment. And just want to trace back what we're doing here. So let's look at the WordPress backend. Chef Cypress. It's using Cypress layout template 1. So we're going to look inside template Cypress, Cypress template layout, Bonsai layout Cypress. Trace this back to Bonsai layout Cypress. This layout does exist. And inside of it, it literally just says Cypress layout. So I'm not quite sure where the error would be coming from. Let's try it again. It's odd. I had simplified it though. If you ever, this is why I don't want to touch the original file structure, because if you ever need to refer back to something, you can always just come in here. This is similar to what it's going to need to look like. So we can just paste this here. And one of the main things we had here was just a BG gray 100. Refresh it. There we go. Yarn build's not working. And there we go with a very basic blank working, right? So what happened? I guess I was holding the components in the wrong components folder. I want to see how that's changed. Oh, that's component service provider. Page command, generate command. Okay, we need to go back to our base components. It's interesting because I thought instead of stubs that we were putting all of our components under these templates. Let's try a new conversation here. I wanted to see accordion.blade. I wanted to see alert. Okay, let me verify what I'm having this feeling that might be the problem. If we go into components, yeah, you don't really see all of these components that I have right here. So I'll drag that in here. I can say, when I run the bonsai init and generate process, it creates components, but it doesn't seem to be the components that I have attached, located in templates components. So can you help me solve this? We're just trying to go a different way around this, trying to understand it better how it's all working right now. I think it's going to want init. I'll just give it all these. I like it to have as much context as possible. Give it the providers. And then it might also want to see what's going on here. I can't scroll all the way up. bug. Let's give it Cypress YAML. There we go. Let's modify the bonsai net command to correctly find and copy the component templates. This is a bonsai net command. Okay. Then inside of generate command. So that's changing. Interesting. Okay, committing, I'm pushing to GitHub. I'm just gonna keep doing it inside of the actual Bonsai-CLI project as much as possible. And then if I have to do it in the greater context of the roots project, then so be it. But I can track changes a lot better this way. So it's not the worst. Let's go to, we're gonna do composer update. Then we'll do cleanup. I actually want to delete the page in case it doesn't get deleted. Be cool if your cleanup could modify base. You could have a configuration file maybe for your cleanup that evolves on your particular project. Because yeah, that's going to be there. So let's just trash that. For now, we can make this the front page if we wanted to. Reading. Okay, then let's run it, see what happens. So we're going to start with Bonsai init, do the default initialization, and then we're going to generate Cypress. Refresh this. Not found. Interesting. Let's take a look, see what happened. So we should have a Cypress page. It was not turned into a front page. And the component, the template wasn't assigned correctly. And now we have a critical error. So let's come see what's going on here. If we have template Cypress, bonsai layout Cypress, so it's looking for the layout Cypress. And in here, let's go back to app, copy this, paste this, let's see what happens. Do a quick yarn build. And we have a blank template working. So then from here, I gotta figure out where that's done at. So let's do BG gray 100. Why does it break every time? I'll have to figure out the whole bud thing later. It's probably bud that's breaking it. Probably not tying in this folder correctly. So let's go take a look at our bud config real quick. I'm just curious. Oops. We have some file paths. Stop. Scripts editor. Dist. Yeah, we'll have to figure that out later. I want to get somewhere tonight before I end the stream. I've been going for how long? 6 hours, 20 minutes in one stream. It's dedication. Back in 1 second. we're back at it like a crack addict. Okay, I had to manually set the front page. Shouldn't have taken that, but okay, so it works this way. So what we wanted to do was give it the working version, right? Let's trace it back again. So we've got Cypress and a Cypress layout. Cypress layout looks like this. So we're going to say, let's add the layout command. We'll add the generate command. We want bonsai slash layouts slash Cypress to look like this for now until we get things working. Okay, we're going to modify the layout command. Okay. So it does a check mark right there. I wish it would also do it there, but I guess that kind of makes sense. It's a pretty good interface, honestly, overall. This will ensure that when you run layout Cypress and layout is generated as part of the generate process. Okay, let's just take a look at this diff real quick. Cool. Composer update. Okay. Now we can clean up. Then we will run bonsai init. Do default. Then we will generate Cypress again. I'm not expecting it to fully work this time, but you never know. Okay, so the page is missing. It didn't set the front page again, I'm sure. Let's go fix that. Refresh. Now we got a critical error again. So we're going to trace that back. Let's go into pages. See, Cypress front page is Cypress layout template 1. Which is that. It's pointing to Bonsai Layouts Cypress. And that's just really odd that we're getting an error right here because it's not calling any components in or anything. That just doesn't make sense. If I had these debug logs working, I should probably just invest some time into that on this stream to get that working smooth for tomorrow. We're not going to be able to move on to the plugin tomorrow because we haven't really gotten anything done today. It's just still trying to figure out the best workflow for this. The one problem with Composer that I don't necessarily like is it just changes all the files for you, and I don't really know what's changing. So I could see that being really problematic. We just have to be really smart about troubleshooting, and a debug log would help that a lot if I can get that working. This is really perplexing to me though, because before, if I wanted to fix this, this is the layout that was breaking it. So we would just come down to Layouts app, copy this, go back into Cypress, paste this. The only difference is it doesn't have that Tailwind class on the body, and then refresh, and somehow it works, right? Let's do a yarn build real quick. That works. So why would it look any different? We're gonna go in here. I want to see the changes. So let's discard all the changes except for Tailwind, Composer. See what this does. Seems like it's still working. Okay, so now we're gonna run this all again. We're gonna do cleanup. Make sure that everything's committed here. Yep. Then we'll do bonsai knit. No. This should show some changes. And then nothing was removed, so that's good. Then we're going to do generate Cypress again. That made some more changes. Missing the page. I'll just set that manually for now. Then make sure that this layout is set correctly. No, it's showing default now. That's odd. There's not even. What? That's odd. That should be set to. Weird. Is that really not being generated? Okay, let's keep an eye on this. We're gonna do bonsai cleanup again. It should delete almost everything right here, but it didn't. Okay, so let's go first things first. Let's work on this cleanup process. I'm gonna link. We're gonna do a new chat, and I want to link
the we'll do bonsai knit layout component service pro. No, that doesn't matter too much. Do page command. Actually, nope, we were just talking about the cleanup for now. That's all I want. Can we make it so that the cleanup command removes all bonsai, all views, resources, views, bonsai, files, and the bonsai directory as well. Is there anything else that it needs to remove? As well as the template components .php file that is created upon init. Anything else? Let's also remove the readme config bonsai readme config directory. Also remove app view components bonsai base component .php cleanup. All these should be removed if they are created by Bonsai-CLI. Says it's already applying it. Let's take a look. Should open cleanup. Not quite sure what changed here. That looks the same. But let's just accept these changes. It all looks pretty correct. Go back to here. We should see a check mark. Yep. Go back to Bonsai-CLI. Add this description. Push composer update. Now I'll pull Bonsai.so back up so I can see if these files actually get removed when we run cleanup. Okay, composer lock. Oh yes. Delete. Perfect. So now let's run bonsai init. Default config. All those are created. Then bonsai generate. Bunch more. Oh, we have 22 files changed. If we come back and test it, it's probably the same. Let's see what happened here. Okay. So the next big issue is okay, now we're going to give it access to bonsai init, bonsai or generate command. Why not the layouts? Why not page command and section command and Cypress YAML? I think that should do for now. Okay, so I reran the following. Say composer update, then we did cleanup, then we did init, then we did generate Cypress. Now the Cypress page is being created, but it's not setting the Cypress page as the front page. So that's the front static page. And this might be coming from the Bonsai script actually, so I'll give it that as well. The Cypress page is the front static page, and the template Cypress has assigned to the Cypress page. It's using default template. Here is the Bonsai.sh. So I'll come into the main project, go into scripts, Bonsai.sh, copy paste this, come back to cursor. There we go. Make this a little bigger. Page command, we'll just accept it. I can always look at the diff later. Now generate command, we'll accept that. We got check marks. And that will be the name of the commit. These will be the details. That should be good. So let's come into do a composer update again. Let's run a cleanup again. And let's just delete this page for now. Let's see this go back to your static post, see if it can change that. So just if we test this real quick, it should be a little blog page. There we go. So now let's run a init again. Keep an eye on this. Okay, nothing's happened yet. We're going to use default initialization. That should update. Now we'll do generate. Should be okay. 24 files changed. Refresh this. Got an error. Let's see if this updated. It sure did. See if this built the front page. I've got Cypress template. So it's got to be in the template or the layout. Let's come back here. We're going to take a look at Cypress template. It's not bad actually, but I'll probably comment this out for now. Just use layout Cypress, simplify things. All right, let's see if commenting that out did anything. It did not. So I'm going to do this original one. Come grab the original one. Place that. Test that again, and it's working. So that's really strange. Okay, that seemed to work fine. Cypress page was created as the front static page. The Cypress template was assigned, but I get the critical error. This as a Cypress blade. This as a bonsai layout doesn't work. But this version does. Oops. So this is the version that does. Why is that? The issue is with the escaping of the container inner classes variable in the first version you have. The backslash before the PHP is treated as a literal string rather than a variable. That's why you're getting this error. In a working version, you have, oh, there's a slash before it. Layout command, accept. Okay, so it's saying this should work. Let's go check this out. Oh, we want to keep the BG gray. This is then the layout command. BG gray 100. Yep. That's what we want. Go back to GitHub. Now we're just removing that line from it. Okay. Composer update. Pull up Bonsai.so again. Cleanup. Okay, it's not removing these its templates. That's okay for now. We're just gonna recreate them anyways, but we'll get to that eventually. Then we've got generate. Okay. Let's check this out. Okay, we have a blank template working. That's good. That's good. That's what we've wanted. That's what we've been working towards right here. So let's come into this template and let's see what we could use. So instead of yield content, we're going to do include. And I don't think we have a sections test. We do have, no, we don't have all the components yet either. Test.blade.php. Just gonna do yo, change this. Critical error. Bonsai sections test. Container inner classes. That was the problem right there. If we comment this out, I suspect it will work. If we uncomment it, okay. I'm just gonna ask.
getting a critical error on this, specifically this section. And I could actually get more specific, test this, see if this still works. Okay, but I literally just have an H1 in here. So that's so weird. Variable isn't defined in your layout. Let's modify the Cypress layout to properly handle the variable any section includes. And test blade needs props. We don't want a test in there. I wanted to look at that actually. So it removed that. That's odd. Why does it say include if? What the f? Is that a thing? I guess. Never seen that before. Include if. Is that a thing? Do a cleanup. Run the init. Generate. Okay, it worked. Beautiful. So it's an issue with the props? No, it wasn't. Let's come into props. So include if must mean if it's not there, then don't break. So that's kind of nice actually. But let's come into sections. Can I just save this? Where'd it go? Weird. Sections. We're gonna need to say test.play.php. Put this in here. Then we need to look at Cypress and change this to what? That was supposed to be different. We can say include bonsai sections test. Yarn build. Appears like it's working though. Sweet. Okay. So you're telling me layout command. Let's look at layout command. We have include if. Okay. So we're going to do include if. Why does it keep doing that? Bonsai sections test. Which one do we want to use? Say features. I'm going to hero. Home hero. Hmm. Yeah, that's not going to work. Yes, that's what it needs to be. Bonsai colon. So that would be under sections. Let's make sure it has access to sections. Should the section file contain components like this and not this? Yes, you're correct. Where is this? Okay, the issue. Where is it showing this? Home hero? No. Okay, this is the layout command. Let's accept it. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, the layout we want is, say, instead of, I don't want a test layout. Where did that come from? Okay, we're going to start over. I'm going to confuse this chat if we go for too long. We'll just run it back, see what happens. And no, I don't like these changes at all. So we haven't made any changes, I don't believe. Updated layout command 12 minutes ago. Composer update just to be safe. Now we want to clean up. Cool. Let's delete these just to be safe. And we're going to run bonsai init. And bonsai generate cypress. Cool. Let's see what this does. Got an error. Front page. Cypress template. So it's got to be located in right here.
Another thing is it could be actually a part of this. That's the error. There we go. That was it. So let's say that extends it. And say we wanted to say sections. We don't have test in here. We'll just do that manually. Test.blade.php. I'm going to paste that test code in here. Start with props. Where did that go? Here's the file I'm looking for. Just close out of that. Delete that actually. Go back in here, paste that. Okay, so we've got Cypress. This is yielding the content from the template, which is Home Hero. That's a cleaner way of doing things. Let's see what happens here. Probably needs to be yarn built. Okay, we don't have Yo showing up. That's interesting. Bonsai section. Oh, because it says Home Hero. So we actually want test right here. And of course it breaks again because yarn dev isn't working on this directory for some reason. And there we go. So the problem is definitely within the components. Let's look at back at what we had there. So we had Home Hero, for example. Let's come take a look at this. Home Hero, we've got some props, we've got some data, and I think this is supposed to be Bonsai Hero. So let's save this. Let's run yarn build. Let's see what happens. And it's broken. So the issue is in our components being within our directory. I wasn't having this issue last week. I mentioned this, but I think the issue was that I was actually, I thought I was using the Bonsai components directory, but it was also adding the components to here and using those, right? So the question is, do I want to have a Bonsai components library, or do I want to have a components Bonsai library? Perhaps. I think we should be able to fix this issue though, if we just lock in on it for a minute. So let's start a new conversation in here. We're gonna look at, I think it's gonna want to see Bonsai component service provider, and then Bonsai service provider, and we might as well just give it all the commands as well. Okay, I have this issue where I'm loading and let's be more specific, I'm including
the views, bonsai sections. We're looking at the home underscore hero. And it's breaking or not displaying because of the component, I believe. Originally, it was let's look at the section here. I changed it to this. Oops. Okay, I changed it to this, but originally it was but neither seems to work. Let's give it the component it's looking for, which is hero, right? And something worth looking into is looking at the difference between this component, hero, and this component, hero. We have 104 lines versus 104 lines. I think that's correct. So let's ask it. Looking at your code, there are a few potential issues to address. First, let's update the Bonsai component service provider. Accept all. Then let's update your component template to match the props being passed. This should update hero not blade. Okay. Okay, the section file doesn't exist because Bonsai-CLI generates it. You should know that. I guess I'll add the section command and the generate command. So what was I going to show it? Also, here's what the props my hero used to look like. Here change, removed some things. I apologize for oversimplifying the hero component. Yeah, you better apologize. Okay, hero. Let's accept it. Now the props are looking better. Let's go to Bonsai Component Service Provider. Accept all there. Now when the section command generates the home hero section, we'll be able to use the available props. Okay. Please write me a commit title and description for this change. Title, description, commit, push, composer update. Go back to keep an eye on Bonsai.so when I clean it up. Yes, clean it up. There we go. Now Bonsai init. No. Then Bonsai generate, Cypress. And let's see how we're looking. Broken as usual. Let's see how this looks. We've got our Cypress front page, Cypress template. Oh, I know what it is. It's not actually changing this template right here. Where is it? Okay, so we have home hero. What happens if I remove this? Comment that out. Let's test it again. Okay, that fixes it. So the issue is in bonsai sections, home hero. Let's take a look at that. And it did not actually close out of that. Close out of this. Let's take a look at that again. For some reason, it's acting weird. Cypress, that's commented out. And then we've got home hero section. As far as I know, this should have said bonsai double semicolon hero. Let's run a yarn build. See what that does. Okay. Interesting. Just say H1, yo. Not seeing it there though. Interesting. And if I were to come into say the layout for Cypress, interesting. Let's trace this back. We've got Cypress front page with a Cypress template. That's odd because let's close out of all these. We have Cypress template right here. Okay, that's going to layout Cypress, Bonsai layout Cypress. And this should be the page right here. Then we've got yield content, which should pull that stuff in. And if it doesn't, then this should also do it. Let's comment this out. We'll try an H1 up here. Build. Okay, that worked. So the odd thing about that is, why does it not work when it's inside of container classes? And why does it work? Let's see if I remove this. Okay, Yo still works. That's the only place it's coming from, right? Let me just verify that real quick. Yo should be gone. That's correct. Now it should be back. That's correct. I've identified the issue that seems to be coming from the yield. What would you call that? Say I yield. And commented out it works, but not by itself or how it should be healing the section from the template Cypress. Show it the template again real quick. I'm going to test this again one more time just to make sure that I'm not crazy. So I should have double yos if this was working. And it is. So if that's working, then the problem is actually coming from bonsai sections over here. show home hero. Oh, I do have another hero there. That might have. No. The issue might be layout inheritance and component registration. Let's fix step Cypress blade. Let's update the home hero section. No, don't apply that one. Home hero. Section. No, we don't have a section either. Cypress. The layout and the section are created by Bonsai-CLI. Update template to ensure template layout section. I'll update Bonsai component service provider. That's fair. Got a section command. Let's update this. Straight blue. And then we'll give it a try. We don't want this. We don't want this. Or this. Should have cleaned those up if it was really smart. Section command. Composer update. You guys getting the feel for this yet? We just run it back over and over and over and over again until it's working. And we fix things along the way. So composer's updated. Let's do a cleanup. Then let's do a init. Whoa. That's not good. section command, accept. Let's update it. Clean up. Init default. Generate. Okay, let's go through this process again. That's actually working. Let's take a look at the code. So we've got our template layout for Cypress. That's doing home hero. So we have layout Cypress, and that should grab home hero. Let's look at our layout. Actually, this is different for some reason. Let's go back to that again. Okay, so that's what it has this time. I don't know if that's intentional, because I kind of wanted that. Whoa, it worked. It finally worked. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Let me just look at this in the code. So this goes to home hero. Let's take a look at the layout real quick, just to inspect it. Got the Cypress layout. That's yielding the content, which is home hero. And this is X Bonsai Hero. Let's take a look at this one. Same X Bonsai. Cool. So what if we added to the template? What if we added another section? We could say, let's look at any of our sections. Sections features, that's kind of what I was thinking. Let's do a yarn build. Okay, that broke it. So let's come back, comment this out, save, yarn build. Okay. Let's come back here. We're going to say, okay, great, that actually worked. Finally. But then I added this to the template Cypress. And the features section seemed to break it, though the home hero section is working. I'll say features. And then I'll give it home hero. What might that be? And before I ask the question, I'm just going to test it one more time. And it indeed does break. Save this, refresh, it'll work. So we'll submit our question. Oh, I've almost been live for 8 hours. It's been a long day. Okay. I'm really liking this workflow so far, though. I think it might be better than Claude for a lot of things. Create a separate component for features. Um, what are we changing in features? Did I just create that file? Oh, okay, this one needs to go. Not really sure what changed here. So I will try it though. Register the new component. And how is that not registered? You have two options. Two options, and then it lists three things to do that aren't options. Let me take a look at this. So this file seems brand new, which is weird. I thought that should have already been there. Oh, it's because features. I don't remember what's going on here. So we have a section features. But this uses, it's using X Bonsai Hero. And it should be, I'll go to Jackalope to look. I don't have a features section. Where's that even coming from? This thing's getting confused. Okay. Let's see why that's not working. If the data is different. So do all of them say hero? So like, let's look at FAQ for example. It's calling Bonsai Hero, but it should be calling interesting. Okay, let's use a better example. Simple component. Let's say pricing. I don't even see where I'm using the component in here either. Oh, X pricing box. Oh, I want to show it a good example, just a nice simple example. Okay, I think I see the issue now. The sections don't match up to the components. Somewhere along the way they got changed. Let's add the init command. Um, okay, do we have pricing component in here? Pricing, no, let's do the header. Let's do the header. Do we have header in here? We don't. Nav bar. I do have nav bar component. That's the right one, right? No, it's X header. This must have been from different projects. Did this install nav bar? I did not. Oh, okay. Simplify things so I can understand them better. Let's get rid of all components other than hero. And when you run the init and Cypress generation and Bonsai-CLI should I spent some time on those components though over the last couple weeks. I'm like, I don't know when they stopped working. So I should be able to do that again. It's just not ideal. We can always add components back pretty easily. It's more like the section and the layout creation that I don't want messed up, but um, should only create the home hero section using the hero component and nothing else other than the template Cypress, which yields the, how do we say this? Includes section content of home hero section. The Cypress layout should remain the same. We are just eliminating all the extra components. I'm trying to be descriptive because I feel like it's going to remove the components, but then there's still going to be a lot of leftover bloat. So I'm just saying, let's go through everything and clean it all up. I should have had the layouts. Update the Bonsai component service provider. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Section command, accept. Did that update? Section command did not update. To my knowledge. Let's double check. Nope. Bonsai knit. What's going on here? There we go. Bonsai knit command. Finally changing. Said it was applying that for me. I don't know why it does that. Bonsai component. Says that was updated. Doesn't like me accept it though. Only register the hero component. Let's close out of a bunch of these. Can't do that still. Successfully. So this should be in Bonsai component service provider. Looks like it's there. This is discarded. you're confused. We removed bond. Wait, what? No, okay. And then features, templates, component features. That's still there for some reason. All the templates, components, other than hero. Okay, we're gonna delete all of these other than hero. We can always add them back later. Let's just try this. Ask it another question. So now if I run bonsai init and generate Cypress, it should create a Cypress page with template Cypress only using the home hero section, which they will include the hero component. Make sure we're on the same page. I'm surprised I haven't run out of credits. When you run bonsai init, it will only create register hero component. You run bonsai Cypress, create the Cypress page, use hero. Okay, let's go with this. Commit it, push. Composer update. Come here so I can keep an eye on it. Now we will clean up. Cool. Let's discard these changes. Bonsai init. Default. Okay. Interesting. Maybe the component's not built till we generate. Ooh. Okay, it added all of these components again.
it should have added this one. That's correct, right? And then the home hero section should say Bonsai Hero. Let's just see how it's looking. Critical error. Would have never guessed. Would have never guessed. I'm guessing this is set correctly. Cypress template. So we come into project. You can see it added all of these. So that's the problem. We don't even have, we shouldn't have those features, although we, those sections or the components within them. So we'll see if this works. There we go, it worked. So that's showing this full output. Bonsai components. We have components were added for card featured, CTA, FAQ, hero. This game to player. Slideshow, table, widget. Where is this coming from? Here's one more look at my bonsai.sh I'm using. Okay, I've got additional columns we're going to add because they're defined in the Cypress YAML template configuration file. Okay, that changed. Cool. Then update generate only process hero component. Accept. Okay. Simplified by removing additional components other than hero. Browser update. Browser clean or bonsai cleanup. Let's see what happens this time. Looking good. We'll manually discard these for now. Then we'll do init. And we'll do generate Cypress. We have an error. What is this? Site layouts. Cypress layout already exists. That's probably okay. Let's see what we got over here. Okay, we've got a basic home. Home is the front page. Let's say we want the Cypress template. Part's broken now. And we've got an error. Let's go look at the that's going to be an issue right there. Then we have home hero, yarn build. Okay. Ooh. So that's almost working. Let's tell it what problems we've had. Okay, that nearly worked, except the home page was set as the front static page, and these sections were included on the template Cypress. Just show this whole thing. The Cypress template wasn't assigned to the Cypress page. We need to remove the sections, features, and services FAQ for now from being generated for now. Need to remind it that it's generated, it's not the actual file that we need to edit, because Bonsai-CLI generates that file. Let's update the generate command to handle the page creation correctly and ensure generate command. Accept. Cypress YAML. Not seeing that be any different.
Okay, nothing changed in there. Go. Simplifying layout. Template to not include extra sections. Oh, what was in there? Okay, good there. Do a good old composer update. Clean up. Pretty good. Let's discard this file. Then we'll do init. Then we'll do generate Cypress. Layout. What's that? Layout was already there. It's interesting. Must have been done during init. I don't know. Let's take a look at this. Something's wrong. Cypress was set as front page with the Cypress template. Let's come look at the Cypress template. Hmm. Wait, what is Cypress template though? What the? I'm not seeing that. Because we have components template. Oh, and home. It created the with the template Cypress contents. We'll just address that first. I don't know if that'll quite fix it, but it should fix the template issue at least. Then we'll figure out why it's still getting an error. Composer update. Cleanup. I just discard this? There should be a home template. See what happens. Then bonsai knit. Default. Generate cypress. There we go. It worked even better. Got the buttons and everything. And the image. Let's go look at that template file, make sure that worked correctly. Here we go, templates. Home hero, perfect. Let's take a look at bonsai components. We only have hero, that's good. Where do I add my images that I'm going to use as placeholder images? Okay, that actually worked really well. The hero image is missing. Is it possible to add that to the composer package? Or should I to the project some other way? Click default images in the package recommended. Create an assets directory in your package and update the composer to publish these assets. Looking at Cypress YAML. Let's go back to this. Or placeholder images. For now, let's just use placeholder images. So bring me to composer. I don't want this changed. I'll just update this. Say yes. Placehold.co images for now until we have things further along. Add my custom images. We can update the section command. Default hero schema to use placeholders. Let's come into section command. Okay. New sections will use images. We don't need to worry about asset publishing yet. Okay. Added placehold.co images for the time being. Composer update. Composer clean. So we're looking over here. Just gonna discard this template. We'll add that into the cleanup command at some point. We need to init and generate. Okay, got a placeholder image. Let's just add a couple more components. I think this is looking pretty good right now. But if we could get some components going, that would be sweet. Just have maybe 2 or 3 even. I'd feel like I at least got something done with my day. But this is looking pretty good for a really basic version so far. We've got a lot more to add, but let's do the navbar actually. Let's add this component called okay, my navbar is furthest along on another project actually. But we could just use the one in Jackalope for now, I believe. It's a little more basic, so that might be helpful actually. Let's go to what do we call it? Header. Okay, let's find the section for that in Jackalope. Ah, this is the section. So hold up a second. Let's go back in here. Let's just move this up here. Component called header.blade. component templates. Okay, that's there. Add the header section. Sure, I'll accept this. But we can't add a section to it. Okay, we can add a templates components header, but not a sections header because the section is generated by Bonsai-CLI. Section command. Okay, we can add a templates components header. Keep that one. Keep the component update section command handle schema. Let CLI generate the header section. So this should update the section command. Good. The header section using if we run init and generate Cypress, I want the header section created and added to the template Cypress. First update Cypress YAML. Then update the generate command. Sounds good. Then update the init command. Check, check, check. Okay. Added header generation section and component. Oops. Under commit. That looks good. Composer update. clean up. See how this looks. Delete all this. Discard this change. Don't show this message again. Clean up. Now we init. Now we generate Cypress. Okay. I can't tell if anything really worked in there, so let's come take a look at the code. We've got header and home hero. Technically, that's not what it should be, but seems like something's trying to be there. Let's take a look at sections, bonsai sections, header. Here we have the data for X bonsai hero. So that's the issue. This should be called X bonsai. Oh, okay. So when I run it to test, does the following it generates a section header file that looks like this. I believe that should be X bonsai header. Not X bonsai hero. Also, I noticed there is no header component even in the bonsai components folder. Issue in the sections command. It's hardcoded to use X bonsai hero. Let's fix that. Section command updated. For the missing header component, we need to update the generate command to copy the header component too. So the generate command should be updated. Check, check. Add in X bonsai header and hero is no longer hard coded. You know the drill. Composer update. Clean up, init, and generate Cypress. Oof. Nope. Discard this. init and generate. Doesn't seem like anything changed. There we go. Let's take a look. That part's still working. Let's come look what's going on in the actual code. So we have template Cypress, which is bringing in sections header. If I look at sections header, this does say bonsai header, which is good. If we go to components, we have header, but it's blank. Let's see what's going on there. That was not accepted. Added header component was blank. I don't know why I have to manually accept it sometimes, and sometimes it just doesn't matter. It'll just do it on its own. Init and generate and delete the template file. That should probably be okay. Let's take another look. And we have a critical error. Dig into the code. Take a look at the template or Cypress sections header. We have Bonsai header and header. We do have something. So I come into the template and I comment out this. Oops, I meant to comment out header. In theory, that should fix it if that's the issue. So it's something in sections header. The header section. Header component. Let's just try that. What is it even saying? I didn't see where it fixed the scroll handler thing, but whatever. I'm getting tired. We're gonna have to wrap up soon. It's been 8 hours, 40 minutes that we've been live. All right, let's run it back, see what that does. Yay! It's there. Okay, so now instead of adding it to the template, to Cypress template, I want to add it to layout like this. So we're going to do that and come into the layout, and instead of sections header, we're going to do bonsai sections header. Save it and see what it does. We're going to do a yarn build. Beautiful. Except it should be gone from here. That doesn't make sense. I think I did the wrong thing in the template. Yeah, this should be up here. Get rid of that. Build. Beautiful. Data generate command. That command. Just gonna accept all these. I'm really impressed by this cursor integration now that I'm starting to figure it out pretty well with Claude. It's been working surprisingly smooth. I thought with all these files, it's changing, adding, like it's been screwing up some of the adding ones because it thinks that we're in the same project as the one we're testing in. But as far as like removing and updating files, it's actually been pretty solid. And it doesn't miss things a whole lot of the time. This is, I think this is really going to speed things up once we get used to it. Okay, clean up. Beautiful. I'm going to add that to the cleanup here before we wrap up, probably. Just make sure this is working. Oh, beautiful. Just beautiful. Okay. So let's add that to the cleanup. Can we have cleanup delete the template cypress.php file as well? Okay. Cleanup command updated. Do a composer update. And then it deleted the home file. So let's actually just come into Radical real quick. I'm going to go under Resources, Views. Oh, we don't have a home one. Okay, that's fine. I thought we did by default. That's cool. So, cleanup. Yes. Perfect. Literally cleaned up everything we wanted it to. Now we'll run init. Now we'll run generate. Oh, I wanted to see what it looked like, but we can try that again in a second. Okay, this is still intact. Let's do the cleanup again. And I want to see what it looks like now. Perfect. So it's basically the same. The site name has changed. I think that's changed. I'm not quite sure where that's coming from, but this is like the as basic as it gets. We could always change it back to a latest post page, but we don't want to add that to the cleanup because that would mess with people's current settings. So this is actually what it looks like on a base level. And then all we need to do is bonsai init, bonsai generate, and there you go. Bam! So this is the starting point for our landing page that we're going to use for the sponsorship we bought for Roots today.
I'm gonna get more into that tomorrow, I guess. I was hoping to get to the plugin. I'm excited to show you guys the plugin. It's still a very early concept. It's just like the foundational work of the plugins there. I've had a README written up, written by Claude, so I understand like the future features that I'm going to build into it that actually aren't present in the repo yet. So that's going to be really cool. We'll probably get to that later on in the week. Let's just focus on Bonsai CLI until we can build the landing page by running one command. And you saw how quick this is now. It's just insane. I can clean up in a matter of seconds. And now we're back to our basic site. And then I run bonsai init. And then I run generate. And what did that take? Like 5 seconds. Bam. And now one of the features of Bonsai CLI that I didn't really show off today is, I mean, I can show you an example right here. So if we do clean up, so I built this feature into the initialization. I'm going to be building it into the generation as well. But when you do init, you could say yes, and then it's going to walk you through every step. It looks like there might be some errors in there. Let's see what happened. If I run Cypress again, let's see if it's broken at all. Nope. So yeah, we're going to be smoothing this out a lot. We had to work through some issues because one of the big issues we were having was I keep everything in this bonsai folder to keep it nice and clean and tidy, but it wasn't taking the components from this component folder. It was referring to the base component folder in Sage. And so we had to add some code to fix that. We officially have moved over from using Claude for all of our troubleshooting and coding to just using Composer, which has Claude built into it through Cursor AI. So that's been a really cool tool to play with today. We've got a beautiful basic website up and running. You know, that's how long it used to take me to get something like this. If I was just like hard coding it from scratch, you know. But with this method, I can recreate this 1,000 times in a matter of minutes. So this is going to be an amazing tool for my development, and you're going to see how this evolves. Like, sure, we got something really basic right now. Tomorrow we'll get more components added, and then we'll be spinning this up, and it's going to be like a full landing page. And then I'll take you in how to go into the configuration and basically set all the copy the exact same way we want. So we're going to take the Cypress YAML, we're going to duplicate it, make a Bonsai CLI one, and then make a landing page specific for Bonsai CLI, something like that. So that's what I'm thinking. Looks like we're just about to hit 9 hours on the stream. So with that said, I've got to take a break. Might have to play some video games or something to just wind down from all this. It's a lot of work to do a stream. I know it seems pretty easy. I'm just sitting here lazy coding, whatever, but it's picture like your boss and all your employees and all your clients and all the people you know, and they're just sitting there watching you work for 9 hours straight. It sucks a lot of energy out of you. Might just have to watch doom scroll for half an hour to wind down. Anyways, much love, my friends. Hope you enjoyed. I will be back tomorrow. Peace.